it's on our end. So just be aware that we are working on that. Committee, we do have a full agenda today. At the end of the day, we are going to be looking for recommendations for legislation for next session. So please keep that in mind as we go through today's presentations, and then we will revisit topics that we've had in previous meetings with the goal of having some tangible steps forward. So please keep that in mind as we go through our meeting today. We will start with a presentation and discussion on the Kansas e-lien system with the Kansas Department of Revenue. And I'm not sure who they sent over to be in the hot seat, be the conferee today. So if you'll introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me today. My name is Rhonda Banks, and I'm a system analyst for the Kansas Department of Revenue Division of Vehicles in the non-commercial world. And I'm happy to share what I can with you this morning and try to answer any questions. So thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Senate Committee on Government Efficiency to provide a general overview of electronic titling as it relates to the Kansas Department of Revenue Division of Vehicles. The Kansas electronic titling for vehicles with liens transitioned in January 1st of 2003 with the change stemming from a House bill from 2002 that introduced legislation aimed at several key improvements. It was to enable more timely lien filings, eliminate costs associated with printing and mailing paper titles at the time of lien filing, enhancing data accuracy for notice of security interest filings through validation and lien data entry rules, reducing fraud, particularly in title loan scenarios where the most recently issued title was not always presented, by allowing e-lien account holders to query by vehicle identification number. The electronic titling initiative was implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1, creation of electronic title records for all title applications with liens after January 1st, 2003. Phase 2 was development of a web application by the Kansas Department of Revenue, enabling dealers and financial institutions to file and pay the $2.50 fee for the notice of security interest transactions online. The same application also allowed users to release liens filed electronically, and lien holders could review the status of their liens through this system. This web application, named e-lien, required users to register through Access Kansas. Initially, a fee was charged for the PIK certificate, but KDOR later waived the fee to encourage adoption. Customer benefits from electronic titling. From the customer's perspective, the electronic title process offered several advantages. It eliminated the need to print and mail a paper title when a lien was filed. A title would only be printed and mailed once the lien was released, meaning the customer received just one clear title upon payoff. It reduced the need for duplicate titles in cases where the customer refinanced or added a lien but could not locate the original paper title. And it removed the requirement to send a paper title with a lien to out-of-state lenders. Title processing when a lien holder is involves several steps. The seller assigns a title or manufacturer's certificate of origin or other ownership document to the buyer. The seller and buyer note the lien on the ownership agreement. The lien holder or dealer files a notice of security interest, also known as a NOSI, by either completing the TR 730 form and mailing it along with a required fee to the Kansas Department of Revenue, or by filing and paying for the NOSI online through the e-lien system. The buyer submits the assigned ownership document to their local county treasurer's office within 60 days of purchase, applies for title and registration. Any lien noted on the ownership document or filed electronically through e-lien is attached to the application. Once the transaction is finalized, an electronic title record is created. The county treasurer's office approves the title application, but no physical title is printed when a lien is present. The lien holders have a 30-day window from the date of purchase to file the notice of security interest. The transactions processed by county offices and KDOR allow up to 30 days for lien to be filed before a paper title is printed. If the lien is filed within that period, the pending title record becomes an electronic title record. If no lien is filed within 35 days, a paper title without a lien is printed and mailed to the owner. For the costs involved in vehicle titling when a lien holder is involved. When trading or selling a vehicle with a lien, if the current ownership has an electronic title, the seller may complete a Form TR-39A and provide it to the buyer along with a copy of the current registration, the lien release if it's already available, and the buyer may purchase a 60-day temporary permit using that document. The permit is $3 plus any applicable service fees. If the seller is paying off the lien at the time of the sale, once the lien is released by the lender, KDOR will mail the paper title to the buyer who processes the TR-39A, possesses 39A, and has a copy of the seller's registration. The buyer may again purchase a 60-day temporary permit at the cost of $3 plus service fee. When the buyer applies for a Kansas title, there's a $10 title fee and a lien holder copy fee of $1.50. Additional costs of registration fees, service fees, sales tax, and property tax based on the specific ownership transfer and registration needs apply. Bank costs for repossession title. A total fee for repossession is $13. $10 of that is a title fee, and $3 is a processing fee. Fees for issuance of paper titles after lien satisfaction. A lien release title, is issued at no charge by KDOR or through one of the 105 county partners or the e-lien system, and then the title is mailed to the owner. If the lien is released through KDOR's contracted vendor, for the public, there's a fee of $17 per transactions. For dealers and title services, there's a $4 per release for on-demand printed titles. As far as KDOR staffing and operational costs, for staffing, we have 11 staff members who handle lien releases, duplicate titles, and new title applications. Each staff member spends approximately 4 hours per day on title work and at an average salary of $24 per hour. Annual costs are title stock with $116,500 paid to the title stock vendor, and printing titles, which is done by the state printer at a cost of $369,750 annually for title printed without liens and those with release liens. And I would stand for questions.
Thank you so much. Before we move to questions committee, I do want to draw your attention, because I do think it's important that you familiarize yourself with the Kansas Bankers Association and the Kansas Automobile Dealers Association have provided written testimony as well. And with that, we will open it up for questions. Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So from your perspective, where do you think there's opportunities for improvement, or where do we see the most common hangups from maybe a citizen's perspective when it comes to dealing with titles? I know there's, I was approached because there were some concerns, somebody goes to trade in a vehicle that they don't yet fully own, there's still a lien on the vehicle, and they'd like to go in and trade it in, and they experience some hangups when they try to go through that process. Could you maybe walk us through what you might see as some opportunities for improvements in the process?
The biggest bump in the process seems to be with the lien release process. The e-lien system has not been widely adopted by the financial industry, and therefore many of them still submit lien releases by faxing those in, emailing those in, and creating manual work for the Division of Vehicles staff.
So as a follow-up then, so there's nothing that compels the lenders to have to use the e-filing system?
Currently not. It's voluntary, yes.
Okay. Would there be benefit derived by having that be the only mechanism to submit the filing?
We have explored with a vendor A system that would be more compulsory would still allow for the individual one-offs where possibly an individual like a grandparent's a lien holder in a situation like that. We've explored that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
This is a subject that is confusing to a lot of people when they go in to get their title. And I can say that lightly. One of the things I noticed is you identified the fees that are charged at this particular time, this particular time, this particular time. And I know that you have partners in the counties that somehow share those fees, but also know that your annual costs that you said are over $500,000. If I read that right, we're pretty close to $500,000. Are your fees that you collect enough? Are you fees that you and your partner collect? Are they enough to cover your cost?
So let me make one thing clear. The counties do lien releases at no charge at all to the customer. They're not paid by KDOR. There's no fee that we share with them. There are other types of transactions where there is a fee that is shared with counties per statute. And no, it is not sufficient to cover their costs.
What would you say that deficiency is?
I've heard some testimony that it's pretty significant. I don't have any exact figures to share with you today, but I do know that many counties support their motor vehicle operations through general fund budgets.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So if you had a way, and to follow up on Senator Shane's question, if you had a way to make the process more efficient, cost-effective, do you have recommendations that this committee could take a look at?
We were pretty well satisfied with a vendor presentation we had and some work that we did with a vendor to make the online process more mandatory. That project has been put on hold for some reason. I'm not aware of the reason. But there are efficiencies that other states have adopted that I think would be possible for Kansas with our current systems that we have, could be enhanced to make it more efficient, especially for releasing liens.
Do you know if any of those states have made it mandatory to participate in the electronic?
Yes, some
Yes,
have.
they have. Okay, research. I kind of want to know some of the other initiatives that states have done along these lines. And along with the fiscal, do you know the fiscal note on the vendor that you were working with, or?
The vendor that was proposed, we were working through an existing contract, and there was supposed to be no additional costs to the Kansas Department of Revenue at all.
Okay, interesting. Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was going to be exactly what I asked, is if we could have research or even the department look into what might be considered best in class when we look to other states and how we can look to modernize, since now that, this initiative for Kansas is more than 20 years old at this point in time. So it might be appropriate to go ahead and have a look and see how we can try to improve the process, not just for citizens, but also for lenders and auto dealers as well. So.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much for being here and for the information. It was very helpful.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on, we will now move to presentation and discussion on university fees. Matthew Willis from our KLRD, I believe, is first up. Matthew?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So I am the first of three who will be on this topic. Today we are discussing kind of the regent universities and kind of dipping a toe, if you will, into kind of their special revenue, their kind of fee funds and everything. So I'm going to start with a little bit of kind of setting the context of things, a little bit of background information on the topic, and then my colleague Dayton will come up to kind of dive into a bit more of the specifics and some of the financials of it. And then I believe at the end, Elaine with the Board of Regents will kind of discuss some more about then some processes done there. So to start off with, again, I apologize if any of this is information that is already well-worn or well-known, but just to kind of go over, when we talk about the Regents universities, we're talking about four-year public universities that are governed by the Board of Regents. And you'll see the list on the slide. There's 6 of them, so K-State, KU, and then Emporia State, Fort Hays, Pittsburgh, and Wichita. So in all of this presentation, those are going to be the universities that are being talked about. Washburn is a municipal one, and so would not fall under this. The community colleges, there are a variety of higher ed that the Board of Regents does other elements with, but for the purpose of this presentation, these are the 6 that will be kind of discussed in all of this today. And so then moving on to the next slide, I thought I'd kind of start with just enrollment discussions, because as we're talking about tuition and fees that are paid by students, just so you can kind of see the yellow line at the very top is total enrollment. And then the pink and the purple lines below show you both the undergraduate and graduate enrollments. Again, at those kind of 6 universities, it does include KU Med in those numbers as well, given that that's under KU. And then on the following slide, you'll see just a kind of different breakdown, same numbers, but rather than being a kind of a line chart, it's going to show you enrollment, but then broken out by the university. So that way you can kind of see where, which universities kind of have the, how many students in that group. So I can pause if there's any questions real fast, or I'll just keep rolling through. Most of mine are just kind of some charts to, again, set this, and then I will take questions at the end for helping with stuff, so.
Matthew, is there does this include like online programs as well?
This is total enrollment. I believe it would include virtual. I can go back and double check, though. These are just some numbers I pulled off of the Board of Regents website. But I believe this would include anyone who is enrolled, so it should be virtual as well as on-campus students.
Okay, and that's going to be important, I think, when we start talking about fees for on-campus versus online.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions at this point, committee? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. So next we'll get into tuition. So again, I have both this line chart for showing time, and then the following one will kind of break it down in where it'll have some numbers so you can see. But this just kind of shows for in-state undergraduate tuition and fees combined, kind of what the trend has been, and each university. So you'll see in general, they have all increased, with K-State and KU having the largest of the tuition and fees combined, and then the other four-year schools kind of being arranged underneath them. And then you will see for, again, a full-time in-state undergraduate tuition and fees for this current academic year, 25-26, you'll see the green bars are the tuition for each university, and then the pink bars are fees. So you will see that they vary. And I will note that it's very specific in this, that I've gotten, that this is kind of a full-time in-state. It is, I don't want to say it's an average, but like there's widely varied. If the committee is interested, there is a like 130-page document that the Board of Regents puts out that will break it down, and you can see there's different fees based on programs they're in, so architecture versus veterinary medicine versus, you know, you name it. And so each student is going to have a different, essentially, bill each semester, and probably would not align perfectly to what this graph shows. because there are a lot of kind of specifics. But this is going to kind of give you a general idea of what a student would expect there, just to kind of clarify. And again, if the committee wants, I'm more than happy to send out the 130-page document that really does break down a lot of kind of that discussion. I will also note that in the tuition and fees, I did not include KU Med, just because being medical school, I figured it's a little bit different. And so then moving on to kind of the last couple slides, this one shows you the graduate. You'll notice, again, still that same kind of idea, KU and K-State are towards the top, within the others underneath it, but they are a little bit closer. There does seem to be a little bit more variance in undergraduate charges than you would notice with graduate. And then once again, for this current academic year, you will see the breakdown. So that's kind of the end of the graphs of setting that stage. So then what we're talking about specifically today is the kind of state special revenue and enterprise funds is kind of the overarching umbrella. And so digging through and kind of putting together all of the 6 Regents universities, I came that there's approximately 50 kind of unique special revenue and enterprise funds. So it's about 75% special revenue, about 25% enterprise. These are all going to be a mix, though, of different purposes for what they're expended on, but also where they get their revenue. So some of these are going to be fee funds in the sense that the institution charges a fee that the students pay, and then that is the revenue in that fund to be expended. Others are dedicated revenue sources. You do have some that are state general fund transfers for that revenue expenditure, and then a lot of the enterprise funds are things like a parking fund. So as students or any individual pays for parking permits or other kind of parking fees, that goes into that enterprise fund to run that. And so while we are focusing on kind of 2, today there are a myriad of these. And so getting to it, I guess today we're going to focus primarily on the general fee fund for universities and restricted fee fund. Both of them are kind of largely derived from KSA 76-719, which you will see provides the Board of Regents the power to fix tuition, fees, and charges to be collected by each state educational institution. And then it notes that student activity fees shall be collected and set apart to be used for the purposes of supporting appropriate student activities. And then that state educational institution is defined in statute kind of within that act as being the 6 universities that we talked about at the very beginning. And then getting in on the last slide of this bunch, so again, general fee fund is student tuition. Students pay tuition, it goes into that general fee fund. The restricted fee fund is more varied. Again, it is still fees that students have paid, but it can be kind of run the gambit from student activity fees, study abroad fees, various camps, technology services. There's a myriad of things, and basically which accounts go into the restricted fee fund is something that is laid out in the appropriations bill for each university's restricted fee fund. And then both of these, if you're looking in the appropriations bill, are listed as a no limit, which means that the legislature is providing authority for that university to spend out of those fee funds, but it is not telling it an exact amount like it would when appropriating a set amount of money to a state agency. So with that, I will stand for questions for what I can answer before letting Dayton come up.
Questions from the committee? Cinderelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hope I can say exactly what I'm trying to find here. But we have colleges inside the universities, is that right? Departments inside the universities. Are there different funds for the different colleges or different departments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, I'm not that well versed. Elaine might be able to speak to that some. I would assume that within there is, but with the way the accounting system is, I don't think that's anything that's going to be at a state level. I think that would be the university each university kind of breaking out how they're allocating funds to the different departments and things of that nature. But I'd have to look further into to know exactly.
What I was trying to get at was like the Department of Architects, the architectural group, they may have a fee over here, another group would have a fee, and those fees would be kept in that college, if that's where I understand it, in their silo. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Senator, I'll confirm, I would presume so, because again, the fees for certain programs are for costs associated with that program. So yes, I would assume that those fees are largely then going back into those departments and supporting those programs that the student is participating in for that aspect of the fees. Again, there could be a wide variety of them, depending on the nature.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you. I'm looking at the chart, and I can see how the fee funds are going up and things like that. Is it all inflationary? Or, I mean, some of these are fairly significant increases. If you look at the individual lines, what accounts for these increases in fees? Is it all? I mean, I'm looking through this list of everything and trying to figure out what's going on. But what do you find in that?
Madam Chair, Senator, that will largely be, I would say, we can look in and try and get some more information. I don't have anything right now as to kind of explain a lot. I know part of the Board of Regents will be talking about the process they go through for setting those fees as far as at the board level. And so beyond that, I do know in some discussions I've had that as far as some of the balance, like if you're looking just strictly at the ending balances for those funds, that there is some elements that those funds typically receive kind of they receive revenue like twice a year. And so frequently that ending balance is carrying in money that they will need to expend in July or August, like that there's some element where they receive funding, say, towards the end of that academic year that is then going to carry them through until they kind of get the next batch of it, because it's just kind of done twice a year. So as far as why they maintain them, but as far as kind of the increase or decrease, I need to either defer or reach out to the universities.
And that was going to be my next question, Madam Chair. Is there because these funds are, I think, ostensibly being used to offset the costs of running these programs and the cost of all that sort of stuff. Is there a huge surplus that's sitting somewhere, or are the funds being spent down as they're being, as those costs occur?
Madam Chair, Senator, I do not have that information offhand, and if it's not covered by either Dayton or Elaine, we'd be happy to investigate further to let you know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? So, Matthew, I see in general, is it a fair statement that enrollment's gone down, tuition and fees have gone up? If I combine your two charts, is that correct?
Madam Chair, I believe so. I believe enrollment has appeared the last few years to kind of start rebounding. But yes, it has been more of, I would say, a bit, enrollment has generally been flatter than what the tuition increases appear to be. But I would note that enrollment does seem to be at least undergraduate enrollment seems to be increasing again.
So if I look at your in-state undergraduate tuition and fees, the green and pink, in general, other than Fort Hays, it seems like the lower the tuition, the greater the student fees. At least that's what that's illustrating to me. KU and K-State, as a percent of their tuition and fees, have a smaller fee structure than the others. Is that what I can glean from this chart?
Madam Chair, yeah, I could not explain, again, I do not have any information as to why the fees are set, but it does, you were correct in noting that as a proportion of their overall tuition and fees, that both K-State and KU are a smaller kind of percentage than some of the other universities as the rate of what their ratio is that is tuition versus what is fees.
And Matthew, in our materials, there is a packet that is like this. Is this from you, or is this another presenter going to go over this? Is
That
this what
is-
Dayton's
that
going to
is
go over?
Dayton's, yep.
Okay, that's what I thought, just wanted to make sure. Okay, committee, any other questions at this point for Matthew? Seeing none, thank you very much, Matthew, and we will now turn and have, let me make sure I've got the right person. Yes, Dayton is up next. Dayton Lemunion, Principal Fiscal Analyst from KLRD. Welcome, Dayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I thought I'd answer the questions that Matt got asked that I can't answer right now, which is Senator Alley's question about the different departments having separate funds. So, for example, for Fort Hays, there's an operating fund, and that's where the bulk of the money is. So there's not a separate Department of History, Department of et cetera. And so setting that aside, the fees themselves, they have the restricted fee funds that Matt was talking about. And in the appropriations bill, it lists underneath that restricted fee fund what fees shall go into that account. I'll just read some examples for you. This is for Fort Hays. Gross Coliseum services, special events, technology equipment, capital improvements, performing arts center services, farm income. So they're varied, but those fees are deposited into this fund. So I hope that sort of answers your question.
Thank you. What I was trying to get at, maybe like inside a university, you may have different colleges inside the university. And my understanding was that each one of those colleges has a budget. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Senator, within the appropriations bill, no. Those funds, by and large, would be in their operating expenditures account. Now, in the state's accounting system, at some level, they may be broken down at that point for the college itself to budget, but not in the appropriations bill.
But in the college itself, what I'm getting at is could the college, they get this lump sum of funds transferred to them, or in the fees, they receive that, and then they then appropriate that money back into the College of Architecture, for instance, or another group. Is that possible?
Madam Chair, Senator, it's a good question. I can look into that question for you. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, thank you.
So then I'll move on to that document that the Madam Chair noted. It looks like this. So I think there was interest in understanding what the expenditures or what the fee funds that Matt discussed are actually used for. So for other agencies, we work with the Department of Administration to pull that data from the state's accounting system. The Regents universities, the state universities, operate a little bit differently, so that purpose level data for each of those contracts is not available through the state's accounting system. That's not to say that we couldn't get that information from the universities themselves. Just in time for this committee, we're not able to. So the information that I have prepared for you is from CanView, which I think Stephen's going to discuss next on the agenda. I've got a lot of data here. I'm not going to walk through line by line, but I wanted to give you all some information to dig into. And as you dig into it, I'm happy to take questions now or in the future. So the first page of this document is State University General and Restricted Fee Fund Expenditures by category of expenditure. So those of you who are familiar with the state budget, the appropriations process, we typically do report at the level of category of expenditure, salaries and wages, contractual services, et cetera. So this, looking at the first page, you have these gray lines, salaries and wages, contractual expenditures, and then the white lines are sort of subcategories within that. So within contractual services, the largest expenditure is on electricity, for example. And in the columns, you've got the different state universities, and then you have a grand total at the end. So there I've grouped it. The first line is the general fee funds, and if you turn further to page 5, you'll see the restricted fee funds. I would note just generally, for the two fee funds, the largest expenditure is the salaries and wages. So then I'd like to turn to page 11 to orient you to the next set of data. This is state university, general and restricted fee funds. These are expenditures by program. So this one doesn't always neatly line up, and by that I mean the universities may not have the same program name. For example, if you look at instructional services, it's missing for K-State and Wichita State, which is not to say they don't spend money there, just it might be named something differently. So this is the expenditures from those funds by program to kind of get to a deeper level of what they're spending the money on. And then if you'll turn to page 14, I've got the last set of data, which is vendor data. So these are expenditures by vendor. I will note that this is excluding any vendors where the grand total was less than 100,000. That changes the number of pages from 16 to 300. So for the purposes of the committee, I've excluded that. But if there's interest, I can send it out to everyone. What I would note here, the first line is Evergy, which does align with what we saw in the previous set of data, that electricity is one of the largest expenditures. And then the next largest set there, P card, would be a procurement card, which agencies can use for commodities, capital items, service-related expenditures, and those are reviewed annually. So I've sort of provided you with a data dump, basically. But I'm happy to take questions now, or as I mentioned, as you all have time to review this information, please reach out.
Thank you, Dayton. Any questions? Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I'm trying to rapidly go through some of these, particularly by vendor, because it looks like there's some overlap in various vendors in some of the AI technology, library management and technology, and it starts adding up quite a bit. Like there's this Ex Libris, Lucian, Google, Highland Software, Gobi Library Solutions. Why are we, that's an awful lot of money for library management. I'm just curious why. Because a lot of this seems to be AI-driven, software-driven. I'm just kind of trying, I mean, I could probably spend a lot of time on this chart and see where, you know, maybe there's some savings. But I'm just kind of curious about that, all this library management solutions. What's going on with that?
Dayton, do you have an answer?
Madam Chair, Senator, I do not have an answer, but I've written down your question so I can get an answer. And that's kind of what I'm hoping to get out of this, is what questions you all want to know about. So thank you.
Yeah, it seems to me, you know, if we're looking for places to save money, and maybe these are fee funds, this is just different. I don't know if this builds into the tuition or not, but it adds costs to our students, that's for sure. So just curious. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Dayton, I do have a couple of questions, just to make sure I'm understanding the information right. So on the first page, for general fee funds, it looks like the total collected is $837,640,000 and change. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's the total expended. So just a nuance there. It's not the
Total
it's not the revenue.
expended.
Yes.
How much do they take in? How much do they charge?
I'm not sure that I have that total, but typically, looking at the ending balance for one university, it was like a 16% ending balance. So if for that university, it was 16% more.
Of whatever, that was their ending balance.
Yes, for one university, but I can get the revenues and ending balances pretty easily to send to you all.
I'd kind of like to see the total amount of fees collected. What's the carryover? year over year. I think that would be interesting. So if we could get that, I think that'd be helpful. And maybe this is for the next presenter. What is tuition for and what are fee funds for? I see in here, I mean, I just want to know what the difference is because I'm looking at one line item. General academic instruction, $135,337,000 being paid for out of fees. Maybe I just don't understand, but I would think general academic instruction would be a reason why they charge tuition. So what delineates what tuition is spent for versus fee funds are spent for? And who decides all of that? That's what I want to know. And that may be, like I say, the next presenter or something you all can look into. Committee, other questions at this point? This is a lot to take in initially, I know, but I do think there are some red flags that I've been made aware of that I thought it was important to at least introduce this committee to. So we'll dig in deeper. Anything else for Dayton? Thank you, Dayton. Okay, committee, next we have Elaine Frisbee, who is the Vice President for Finance and Administration from the Kansas Board of Regents. Welcome to committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Elaine Frisbee with the Board of Regents. Happy to be here this morning. Matthew and Dayton have gone over a lot of material. I have some testimony here I won't read for you, just to highlight some of the processes that the Board of Regents undergoes, as well as universities in crafting their tuition and fee proposals for the board to consider. So by statute, I think it's been alluded to before, the 6 state universities, for their tuition to be set, the Board of Regents must approve that, and that is an annual cycle. As noted on the first page, it's generally hoped that the legislature has adopted a budget by the time the universities have prepared their tuition proposals. And when that then happens, the system submits a 96-page document this year it turned into, which is published on our website, for each of the 6 state universities to propose to the Board of Regents what they want to do for tuition, which could mean no change at all. So that isn't always an option for them. Then the board takes that information in May of each year at their board meeting, and then they consider it to take action a month later so that there are some weeks in between when they get the information and when they act on it. A template is provided to each of the state universities to fill out, so when you look at the 96-page proposal document, you'll see some themes that are very consistent across those. It is intended that they give the full tuition rate for KU and K-State in particular, but KU in particular, they do have, particularly for some of their graduate programs, an all-in tuition rate. So there are different structures in how some of the universities do charge tuition. If they want to change any fees or any structure or how they're proposing to offer perhaps a resident rate to students previously considered non-residents, they present all that detail to the board, which then also includes the numbers and the expected projected rate change, how that will affect each student, and then how that generates income to the university in an overall way. They also document for the board the campus engagement, so to the extent to which student government or other student groups were involved in that process, they document that for the benefit of the board, and then just the overall cash situation for the university. I wanted to highlight the Board of Regents, much like the legislature, does a lot of its work at the committee level. So the board has a standing committee, Fiscal Affairs and Audit, and it is in their committee meeting in May when each of the 6 CFOs stands up in front of the committee and presents the proposal, and then also student government leadership presents their aspects of the proposal, because some of the aspects of the fee proposal actually come from the student groups and the student elected government. So you can go back if you have interest to watch the May 2025 meeting. We still have that on our YouTube channel, and you can listen to each of the university's proposals and hear from the students as how they were explaining how they came to their proposal. So in most years, and more recently that has been the case, where we followed that typical month-long lag between when the board takes in the information and then when the board acts on it in June. There have been times, 2015 was a memorable year, the legislature passed a budget in, I think it was almost mid-June, and so the board had to act in June, receiving the information in June. So I think there was 1 day lag rather than a month. But more recently, of course, we've been much earlier than that. And I think Matthew held up the document, the comprehensive tuition and fee schedule. We publish that every year. Once the board acts, then it is the university's responsibility to go back and update that information. We have a long series of those annual reports that we publish. So where a university charges a fee, they must document that in their tuition and fee schedule for us. Now, we did get some feedback from a student, one particular student this year, where they did not feel that they were given adequate notice of what the university was proposing. So we're going to be emphasizing more on the front end for the universities to communicate with the fuller campus, making sure that all students understand what the university is proposing for the coming year, either for tuition or for fees. So that's just the board's process. That is perhaps the most important part, but there are months and months of activity at the campus level before the proposals get to the Board of Regents. And so there's an entire process that the student government goes through to evaluate the fees that they are responsible for managing. And then, of course, staff and campus leadership and faculty are also involved in developing proposals. And they're going to look at things like their state funding. What did they get for employee market pay? What are they getting for any operating adjustment? They're also, of course, going to take into consideration enrollment projections, and then where they need to making some strategic investments, perhaps in student services, or they know they're going to get hit with some insurance adjustments, or they need to make some investments in IT equipment or software upgrades. So that analysis all comes together, and then the campus must then notify the student government and the organizations to understand what is all being proposed. So there's supposed to be a lengthy communication process. That is all. So just as the board is statutorily responsible for this process, the board has adopted policy that the universities must follow along how they accomplish all of their work to do these proposals. A little information there on the bottom of page 3 about the effects of inflation. We enjoyed quite a few years for quite a while for rather low and moderate inflation, but it has spiked in recent years, and that clearly affected all of us personally, but of course it affected the state universities. So some inflationary effects were felt in the tuition rate. So we have a table on page 4 for you just to give you a highlight. This is only for undergraduate resident students. So you get a flavor for what the board is focused on, not only the tuition rate, but then the required fees that are layered on top of those. One little nuance I wanted to add on to Matthew's presentation is students who are full-time at Emporia or Pittsburgh State University pay a flat tuition rate. So if you take 12 hours or you take 18 hours, it is the same cost. They are the only two campuses that do that. And it is of benefit to students when we look at the number of students, the proportion of their students who take at least 15 credit hours a semester, which is the threshold you need to get to in order to be able to graduate to a bachelor's degree in 4 years for 120 hours. That's the threshold you need to meet. And so they are seeing a higher preponderance of that behavior from their students. So I want to highlight here the comparison. We emphasized this with the boards, that they understood the context of what the universities were asking for their tuition and fees, that the board has been very focused on student affordability and their advocacy on, I know we've talked a lot with the appropriators in the legislature about need-based aid and enhancing our funding for students on that side. That combined with what the board has done with tuition and fees, they feel very proud that we have not been anywhere near on the average to the rate of inflation. So that's been a point of emphasis for our Board of Regents. Separate then from tuition, what I've been talking about is more on the tuition side, but then on the student fees, I think there have been some questions about the segregation of funding. So in the state universities' accounting systems, they must maintain many segregated funds. So when there is a fee for the department or the School of Architecture or the School of Engineering, yes, those funds are separately identified. And each college does have its own budget and its own finances to manage, but then, of course, centrally, each campus helps to oversee that process. In the operating expenditures line that Dayton referenced, there is one amount the legislature appropriates to an operating expenditures line, but then in the restricted fees side, which is a separate fund, there are segregated any number of accounts. But locally at the campus level, their SGF account will have segregated amounts internally for management. So I just wanted to make that clear. So as state agencies, they must adhere to Office of Accounts and Reports rules for how they segregate and categorize their funds. The general fees fund is just a special revenue fund. It's what is called a 2000 fund, whereas a parking fund is considered an enterprise fund, where if you go and park on campus and you pay a $3 fee for 2 hours or 5 hours, those funds will go in a separate parking fund to go take care of that parking garage or that parking lot and the parking operation. So there are, I don't want to say there are hundreds of funds, but there are dozens and dozens of different funds that each campus has to manage. When the campuses bring forth their tuition and fee proposals, they have to not only explain the tuition, reasons why and projections why they are asking for a change in the rate, but they also must do the same for the fees. And of course, that does involve a lot of the student body government. And I just noted there on the last page, page 5, last March 7th, there is a YouTube video. It's quite interesting if you have interest, that shows the student government leadership going through each different type of fee and the revenue they were projecting from it and where they were going to plan for cuts and adjustments to match what they projected in enrollments and the revenues that it generated. So it isn't only if a rate goes up or down, it's also student enrollment that affects the revenue to the university. So with all that said, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to try to answer more questions or take back questions to go bring you back information.
Thank you so much. Committee, what questions do we have? Senator Thompson.
Yeah, on the student government proposals and things, how often are those implemented? And can you give us kind of a sense of what kind of things they are proposing?
And one example, so student government at each campus meets continually. They're meeting now already to think ahead for the spring. And so student services for the health center, for example, they might want to propose an increase in a rate to be able to offer more service. Maybe they want to offer more mental health support for students, just as a potential example. That's not necessarily a real example. So they will go through and decide, is there a reduction in some other student fee they want to make to move that available cash to this particular thing that they want to prioritize. So they do that balancing between trying to figure out, do they want to do an overall rate increase on their fellow students, or do they want to try and hold it flat? So there are all those kinds of considerations.
Okay. I was wondering whether or not they had to maintain some kind of revenue neutrality or if they can actually increase the fees.
Yes, and Madam Chair, thank you. The student government is very, from the presentations that I have participated in, they are very mindful of the effect that what their decisions, that their proposals they're putting forth, the effect that that has on themselves, and their fellow students.
Okay.
So along those lines, real quick follow-up. How much detail do the student government get when making these decisions and looking at that?
So they know each of the rates, and they would know from staff the projected enrollments in the different categories, And they would then do rate times person dollar amount. And so then they're trying to figure out as well, okay, so let's devote X dollars for this function and Y dollars to this function, and how can we make that fit within the same rates?
But do they see the expenditures
Yes.
coming out,
Sorry.
I mean, by line, by exactly what those fees are being spent on? Does student government see those exactly their student fees are being spent on?
Madam Chair, I believe so, because in some cases, those fees are being used even for student employees, and they are very cognizant of that piece of it. So I believe they are, but I can go back and verify that.
Okay. Senator Shane.
Sorry, having microphone problems today. Speaking from experience, being in student government, at least I'll say in my experience, there's a very heavy administrative hand on student government, and the flow of information typically is pretty unilateral coming through student government, and sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to have a voice that goes against kind of the will of higher administration at a university. So that's just kind of speaking from experience. One question I did have, what does the Board of Regents view as some of the legitimate reasons and maybe not legitimate reasons for a tuition rate increase?
Well, I hesitate, Madam Chair, to speak on behalf of the Board of Regents, not being a regent myself, but I would anticipate they would say a legitimate, if you will, reason would be ensuring that the university has the revenue available to ensure they can still deliver the kind of education that they expect. Now, there's a lot of discussion among the board with the universities on the financial condition of each of the universities, and we do that over a number of months. So each university comes in and talks about their current year. We thought at KU we were going to get this many students, and we actually got this many more, and so we're able to deploy a resource for more market adjustments for our employees that were most under market, or for some other perhaps example. So I would say they are trying to keep, their utmost concern is the affordability for the students, but they also have to keep in mind the financial condition of the university and balancing those concerns out. I know there was another concern or a question about the rollover cash flow from year to year, and it is in many cases necessary for the university to have some cash flow to carry them from one year to the next. There are ebbs and flows, like with the State General Fund, for available revenues when those come in, so you've got to have enough cash to carry you through. And where you might have a bonded indebtedness, you have to have some cash reserves for your bond payments. But the overall concern of the board, I would say their first concern is affordability, and they do take into consideration our universities, how they compare to their competitors. That's always a consideration. How do we rate among regionally and our peer institutions and within our athletic competitors, just regionally, nationally, depending on a program. So KU might have a nationally recognized online program, so they're going to look more broadly at their competitors to see how they can remain competitive in rates. So there's a whole bunch of, just a varied number of reasons why they would accept or deny someone a rate adjustment.
So outside of benchmarking to other institutions, how much conversation is there now on part of the affordability conversation being the return on investment related to the student's education?
Madam Chair, we have quite a bit of information, many of it on our KeyStats portal. I'll always put a plug in for our public-facing reporting tools that the public can go see. If you get a bachelor's degree in program X for a Kansas student and you get a job in Kansas or Missouri, what are those graduates earning now in wages? And you can compare that to somebody who has only a high school diploma. It's quite an easy comparison. And we do find that our students get a good return on their investment.
With all due respect, comparing incomes isn't the same as comparing return on investment. I think that might be a nice when we're having an affordability conversation, not to get up on a soapbox, but an affordability conversation or investment, you got to talk about the return on that investment. So just because my salary is higher doesn't mean that, in essence, I've made more money because, well, I've got debt, right? Or I spent money on my education. So I think that return on investment is an important consideration when we think about affordability as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd be happy to provide information on the levels of indebtedness of our students.
Okay, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the document on bottom of the page 3 and 5, we're talking about the budgets, and it varies, like say, and use things. But one of the items that caught my eye was the planned use of cash reserves and maintain the balance of the budget. I noticed in this document, which we received, there was no line item for balance of cash reserves. And is there a document that would show cash reserves by department, by college, by, how much does at K-State, does the veterinary medicine reserve is? What is that reserve? And is that sufficient? Is that reserve sufficient? How often do they dip into that? One of the reasons for that question, I think Madam Chair asked the question about what's your carryover year by year. If we look at K through 12 compared to what their carryover in the short time that I've been here, it's went up well over $1 billion, just a carryover. And so that's a question. Could we find out what that is? And does that play in effect to your fees and tuition? That carryover, does that play into that? Could they reduce? Is there a number like we have an ending balance, 7.5% is what we need to be at ending balance? Is there a number that the universities or the Board of Regents uses for that carryover?
Madam Chair, every campus would be unique in that regard. So actually for K-State Vet Med, they are a separate state agency in the state's accounting world. So we can easily see at the state level their cash reserves. But internal to K-State main campus, for example, or KU main campus, or our other regional schools in Wichita, you have to go to the university to ask for that department level information. But at a fund level, we can see that, yes. And some of our universities have higher reserves than others. KDFA, the Kansas Development Finance Authority, has suggested to the Board of Regents that they adopt new board policy to strengthen the level of cash reserves that the university should be maintaining. So we're starting to look at that process and think about what should such a policy look like if the board would want to adopt that. There are any number of reasons why you want to have a strong cash reserve. So when you do have ebbs and flows in enrollment, and if it does enrollment drop and you need to still be making payments for faculty and you've still got operating expenses, you can still maintain while you resort and recalibrate to where your new normal might be. So any number of reasons why a university is going to want to have some cash reserves. I would say as to whether they all have enough or too much, it's going to vary. A larger university for their bond rating is expected to have a larger cash reserve. So the University of Kansas for their bond rating is expected to have a larger cash reserve.
Is there a possibility that we could get a copy of what the cash reserves are in a document similar to this?
Madam Chair, yes, we can get you that information.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of dovetails off of what Senator Alley was asking. It looks like everything's kind of built around the idea of we're trying to maintain or grow student populations and all like that, but the current generation that's kind of in K-12 is about, what, 10 to 15% smaller. Has that been taken into account? I mean, because you're talking about all of a sudden you're either going to have to grow the percentage of kids going to college or make some adjustments. Is that being addressed? Do you know?
Yes, Madam Chair. So our universities are very much aware of the enrollment cliff and our peak of high school graduates. Our college going rate, and I know Dr. Flanders has talked about this with a lot of the legislature, our college going rate in Kansas has declined. I think we were over 55% to about 44%. So there are some students who are not electing to come to college, and college could mean a tech college for a short-term certificate, it could mean a community colleges, could be a state university, municipal university, any of the above, or a private university. So just a little improvement on our college going rate would mitigate some of that loss, or not all of it. It's how are we marketing ourselves and how are we attracting our students? So they're voting with their feet and they're electing to not come. So there is a hope that our universities and our system as a whole is going to do better with serving our students, our potential students. So yes, in short order, yes, they are considering that.
Yeah, I think in a lot of cases, maybe it's, you know, if you buy a car and you didn't get your money's worth, you don't go back and buy that car again. And then maybe your kids don't buy that car ever again. So I think it's something you need to really pay attention to, you know.
Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it also be possible for us to pull institution, just on an institution basis, indirect cost revenues from sponsored research and grants to have an idea of what that revenue story looks like? So I'll speak for one institution I know. So any research grant or sponsored research, 56% of the cost of that grant goes to indirect costs, which goes to the central office of the university for supportive operations, so on and so forth. It might be something important for us to just understand of what's the total revenue story for our institutions, especially ones that lean heavily on sponsored research and grantsmanship.
Yes, we can provide that information, Madam Chair. Of course, the changes at the federal level in the past few months are heavily impacting KU Medical Center in particular, potentially losing quite a lot. So happy to give you some information on that.
Thank you. Other questions? Senator Alley.
One more question. You brought up another question. I was very impressed going through WSU NIR, and the things they're doing over there was just totally changed in the last 5 years or so. But it looks like we're getting into a commercial activity, charging, well, the U.S. government, one thing, for modernizing the fleet, making changes to the fleet. And where is that revenue shown? Where is that revenue going? That was a question I didn't know, because we're looking at things they're doing for the fleet. They're looking at modernization. They're taking a 777 and changing it into a freight hauler instead of a 777. That's one thing. But they're also taking our military fleet and making modernize that fleet. Where does that revenue go?
Madam Chair, if I may, so the revenue that NIR receives, I'd need to go back and confirm this with Wichita State. It could either go into their research program in the university proper, or it could go into an affiliate corporation, which has its own separate audit process and its own separate financials. So there are 50 affiliated corporations that are either controlled or not controlled by the 6 state universities. And so their finances each undergo separate, they're treated separately outside the state treasury, but they have their own audit process that then roll up into the state's financial audit. So I would want to confirm for you, Senator, whether that goes into the separate entity or into Wichita State University's research unit.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I do have just a couple, getting back to the fees, because that's really where, you know, my attention went to when I was made aware of some information that I will share with the committee. But follow up first on Senator Shane's return on investment. We know that nationwide, 31% of higher education programs have a negative return on investment, 31%. Do we know what that is for Kansas? If not, can we get that?
Madam Chair, I would want to verify how that is defined, but yes, we have any number of information and metrics that we could use for that.
Perfect, because I'd like to see that for Kansas. Senator Shane.
As a follow-up to that, I would say I think that there's some ongoing activities to help define that in response to some of the new federal changes on federal student loans. Universities are going to be expected to define that for their degree program. So I think there's probably some progress being made in that regard.
Okay, so going back to kind of how fees are determined, I think you laid that out really well, that the Board of Regents, you know, approves those. Can you tell me how many fees there are currently, total,
Madam
across
Chair,
our universities?
Off the top of my head, I'm afraid I could not tell you that.
Okay. I'd kind of like to know how many fees there are being assessed. My next question is, I know that there's an audit process, and the students get to look at it and vote and all of that. Does the Board of Regents do any auditing to make sure when they approve a fee for a specific purpose, because it's supposed to go to a very specific purpose, does the Board of Regents verify that that's the case, or spot check, or do any kind of accountability follow-up with that?
Madam Chair, we do not have the resource to do such activity. We don't have resource to either outsource that to a third-party vendor or do that internally. What we do have is every so often, and it could be when a new chancellor or president comes on, or every so many years, we do an outside look at conflict of interest and other expenses for things controlled by that CEO, so that we know when a new CEO comes on board, they've got a clean slate that they're working from. So we do have some process for third-party audits, but internally, as far as spot checking, unless there's a concern expressed from a campus or a legislator, we would not be doing that, no.
Okay, because we have 31 pages, and Dayton, I do have a follow-up with you, so please don't leave. I want to make sure I'm getting a number right. But I have, and the reason that I asked for this to be an agenda item is I got the very detailed spreadsheet of how university fees are being spent. And, you know, you said our number one goal is student affordability. Can you tell me why there would be tens of thousands of dollars for limousine services coming out of student fees?
Madam Chair, I would not have that information.
Because I wonder if the students who are voting on whether to approve these fees or not knew that their fees are going to provide limousine service. I think it might change the way that they look at it. And that's just one of many, 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 many. I mean, I'm looking here at other professional services, line after line after line. Well, what are those other professional services? Well, it does list a company, and I tried to find out those companies. I Googled what those companies are. I can't find them anywhere. Now, maybe they're just not in Google, but I'm concerned about the lack of oversight and how much information, because I do think if people saw the level of detail of spending from those student fees that I'm seeing, we might get a different response in approving those. And I think the Board of Regents would be well served to take a look at the very specific ways that student fees are being utilized at our universities. And the reason I bring that up for our committee is I know last year the Board of Regents got a pretty substantial increase in taxpayer funding. My concern is, are fees being used to supplant spending that, if they're going to have these student fees, could they not go to legitimate, like, why are student fees paying for general university instruction? When we're paying for general university instruction. So I think there's a lot to delve into here, committee, and we will be, I know, looking at that in the upcoming session, but I wanted to at least put it, you know, the rationale and lay the groundwork and introduce it to this committee, because I will be digging in very much into the fee structure. And to me, it's just another form of a tax on our students, some of it legitimate, but I suspect that there's some waste there that could be, we could find to pass on savings to our university students. So Any other questions, committee? Anything else, Ms. Frisbee?
No, thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and providing that information. Dayton. I looked at the first page, and that was only for the general fee fund of over 800 million. But if I look on page 13, and these are expenditures, this isn't what they took in, correct? Expenditures. If I look on 13, I see a grand total of 2.3 billion. Can you explain to me, what is the total expenditure across all general, restricted, all of the fee funds?
Madam Chair, if you look at page 10, you'll see the grand total by category, which is the same amount.
Okay, so are you, last year, is this last year's?
This is fiscal year 25, the year that just
Fiscal
ended.
year 25, our universities spent, not collected, but spent 2.3 billion in student fees. Is that what this is telling me?
Madam Chair, those were the total expenditures from the general fee fund and the restricted fees fund.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. It's an awful lot of money. Senator Shane.
I think one clarification, that I'd like to get is that there's the fees that are assessed on top of tuition, and they can break into separate categories. So like some of this, I'm going to get the technical term incorrect here, but there's a student fee that's tied to the things that like a student government would have oversight over. So the fee for for every student to have access to the student rec center, and the fee to help support the union, and the fee to help support maybe the university publication newspaper and things like that. So what's the breakdown of those fees versus what's charged on overage over tuition that's more like towards like the academic fees, I guess? Would be nice to have a breakdown, so where are the fees that student government actually has oversight over that are kind of the participatory fees for the rec and the union versus those that are going and being assessed in a different way that also maybe do not have student government oversight, and breaking it down into those fee type categories, I think would be something that would be nice to understand as well.
And I know I brought this up to staff earlier, and I don't know if there's an answer, if it's still the case, but when I was a principal in K-12, we did have some student fees associated with like band or a lock for your gym locker. But if that lock cost $5, we couldn't charge 10. We could only assess fees for the actual cost of what we were assessing fees for. Therefore, there wasn't a big carryover. I'm curious, if that's still the case in K-12? I don't think that's a terribly bad policy, quite frankly. You can only assess a fee for what it costs. So I'd be curious if that's still the case in K-12. Anything else, committee? Okay, thank you very much for I'm sorry, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to pile on your comment here on fees and the amount of money we're spending on fees. And then you go back and look at the initial graph provided by KLRD on the fees versus tuition. And if just those little pink, that's on page 8 of the very first presentation, shows those little pink areas. It really, if you look at that, and then you look at how that adds up to over $2 billion, and then you look at the tuition, and then you look at how they break down these fees, paying for electricity, paying for all these things. What is the tuition going for? This is kind of mind-blowing to me. Why are we even paying tuition if you've got $2 billion in fees paying for electricity and gas and all these other things? What is that tuition going for? Is it for DEI? Because I know I've seen evidence here lately of programs in these universities that are teaching DEI. And I thought we outlawed that. I thought we took it away. And so I'm going to be asking as part of our recommendation of how much of that is still going on, how much can we reduce tuition by until they comply with what the legislature wants. The more I think about this, the more my blood pressure goes up. It really does. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Just kind of venting a little rhetorical question here, but if those fees, that graph is somewhat misleading because if you start to think about what the total tuition and what the spending is every year as compared to that $2 billion in fees, that's a lot of money. It's a huge amount of money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I do know that, being on Ways and Means, the maintenance of our physical facilities on is a big, big item and a big appropriation we make every year to try to maintain the physical buildings. And then when I'm looking through and seeing a lot of that, there's physical plants and buildings in the fee fund. I'm just wondering the accountability, to your point, what's paying for what and what's appropriate. I mean, to me, general academic instruction should come out of tuition, not fees. So is there shuffling, hey, we can charge this here and not have I don't know. I'm not saying that is going on, but I think we need to know the parameters around fee versus tuition and how those funds are being expended. Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to expound a little bit off of what I just said. So I'll speak for, I don't want to speak for Kansas State, but looking at Kansas State's website, we used to call them, and this was when I was in school as well, we called them university privilege fees, was the extra fees that there was Student Government Association oversight over. And those fees went to things like athletics, the student union, the student rec center, student health services, so Lafine Health Center at K-State, university counseling services, so on and so forth. Those fees in 2024, it looks like, K-State, 23-24, for K-State was just $14 million, which actually matches my recollection of what we had oversight over when I was on student government at K-State. So, and we report total general and restricted fees for K-State, I guess this was for the 25 fiscal year, at $460 million, right? So these privilege fees are a very, very small percentage of the overall fees. So just getting a breakdown and understanding how that works, I think would be very much appreciated.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I checked my calculator twice, and I'm not sure it's even right now. But if you take $2.3 billion and divide it by 106,170 students at our Regents universities, I come up with $21,663 per student. Can that be right for fees?
Madam Chair, Senator, thank you for the question. That actually gets back to, I think, Senator Thompson's comment. I wanted to clarify the general fee fund is funded with revenue from student tuition. So I just want to note that even though it's a fee fund, and I'll look to Elaine to confirm, that the general fee fund is tuition. So when you're really talking about those fees that Senator Shane is talking about, that's more of the restricted fee fund. So when you say you got a number of 21,000 by dividing the total, that would be the total tuition and fees per student. If you were wanting to get an average of just the fees that are charged for the student, you'd want to take the restricted fee fund total divided by the number of students.
There had to be a mistake somewhere.
I hope that clarifies things.
So Dayton, if we do that, if we take, so the general is the total of 837 million. The total of general and restricted is 2.3 billion. So if we take 2.3 billion minus the 897, that gets us the restricted, correct?
That's correct. And these are the expenditures, I would note again, not the revenue. So there's a
Correct.
difference there.
It's not what they're taking in, it's what they spent. So, okay, very good. Other questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you all for that. I think that was very informative, and we will be digging into that further during session. Okay, next we have an update on state procurements from Stephen Wu, Managing Fiscal Analyst, KLRD. Thank you, Stephen.
All right, I'm going to see if I can share my screen here. Should I just use the HDMI cable rather than WebEx? Okay, cool. I mostly wanted to speak with the community today to identify some resources available to them. We've been getting a lot of questions on what agencies have spent money on, as well as, what some of these expenditures are, with some more details on these. So there are two resources I want to point out for the committee. The first is CanView. This is a product of I want to say the 2007 legislature. It's the Kansas Taxpayer Transparency Act. It was incidentally the product of the House Committee on Government Efficiency and Technology at the time. The act requires the Kansas Department of Administration to establish a public-facing portal with expenditure data, revenue data that is accessible in a transparent and public way. And so, if you are interested in exploring around on what a lot of these expenditures are, this is a good place to start. Before jumping into it, I believe Matt sent out an email with a link to both this as well as the next site I'm going to talk about. Before diving into this, I want to identify one thing. This is built off of information included within the state's accounting system. The accounting system is very retrospective. It looks at what agencies have spent money on already, dollars included in the ledger in the books. I want to distinguish this from the budgeting system, which is prospective, which is forward-looking. The prospective budgeting system oftentimes is more general than the retrospective accounting system, and so there can be some disconnects in language in there. So I just want to distinguish those two. When we get into session and you're looking at appropriations bills in front of you, that will largely be based off of data included within the budgeting system. Okay, that all said, CanView, you can find it at canview.ks.gov. There is a lot of information included in here. I'm just going to point out some sections and how to navigate it for the committee. So you can see some big sections here. You can look at what state expenditures are, what state revenues are. You can look up employee compensation for public employees. To get started, simply for these, pick a fiscal year. And so say I want to look at expenditures by agency, I can select a fiscal year, and then it will just spit out a table with those expenditures. Similarly, I know there has been some discussion on revenues that agencies have been receiving. So say I want to look at revenues by agency. I can select my fiscal years and search revenues, and it'll spit out a table of revenues that an agency is receiving. If you want to dive a little bit deeper in this, you can pick, I will just pick the Edge in General. If you wanted some more details on the lines of revenue, for example, you can click on Edge in General. It'll give you some more detail on what funds have received revenue. You click on it again, you'll get some more info on what those funding sources are, like what categories of funding sources. You click on again, you get some more detail. And so there are many layers to all of this data that you can dig down into. Now, this is largely based off of accounting terminology, and so you might not have, it might not be easily translatable into a plain English description of what the agency spent this money on. For that, you can look towards vendor payments. If you highlight over on the tab up top, on expenditures and payments, there is a section called vendor payments. If you select the years, you will just get a list of, let me see. You'll just get a list of vendors, vendor payments from a selected agency to a selected, entity. And so, there is a large list of vendors. Clicking on each one of them will give you specific details on what they are spent on. So you can see for this, The Adjutant General spent a little under $2,000 in fiscal year '24. It was with this service, and there are corresponding, document numbers for it maintained by the Department of Administration, and we can see that it is for, repair and servicing is for repair and servicing, and it's paid for out of these two funds, and totaling this much. And so navigating around this, you can see a lot of this information and hopefully provide you with some direction on, where to direct your questions when you are formulating a request or a bill or a project. Now, this is a large volume of information. It can sometimes be cumbersome to navigate through that on the website itself. If you're looking to download it, there is a data download center. Any of the sections on this site that are built on data sets, you can download them. And so for vendor payments, for example, let me see. Simply select, fiscal year, quarter, or month, and it'll spit out a giant table of what those vendor payments look like. I'm going to show you a PDF of what a compiled list of this looks like. We neglected to print it because it would be, I don't want to say it would be 1 million pages long, but it's not that far off. So as an example, this is the list of vendor payments for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Service for fiscal year '25. These are actuals. So these are dollars out the door. You can see on this vendors column what those vendors are. You can see to the column to the right, fund, how those vendors were paid, out of which fund. You can see payment date as well as the amount. If you can see at the bottom here, this just for fiscal year '25 for KDADS alone, this is 629 pages. So this is a large volume of information. But if you're looking for specific vendors that a agency has or has not paid, this is a good place to look. It'll be fairly comprehensive in that. So that's all I have on CanView right now. Before I move on to the next portion, eSupplier, does the committee have any questions?
Committee, any questions? And the email with the link came from Matthew, so you can look for that. But great tool, great information, so I encourage you all to take a little time and familiarize yourself with how that works, because a lot of information is there that's applicable to this committee.
The second resource I'd like to point the committee's attention to is eSupplier. It's the second in the link. This is an outward-facing portal that the Department of Administration maintains. It is intended for suppliers, and it includes information on active contracts, public bid events. It won't have a comprehensive listing of contracts that agencies have engaged with. For that, I would direct folks to contact the Office of Procurements and Contracts within the Department of Administration. But you can see through this public portal, there is you can search the active contracts by clicking on contract search. It'll take you to this page here. You'll enter in, the information of which agency you want to look at. So for this, I will just select the Attorney General, for example. I hit search contracts, and it will spit out a list of contracts with the title, supplier, expiration date, and so on. Similarly, it is a large volume of information. Additionally, I forgot to mention, there's a column on the very right, attachments. If you click on attachments, there are, if a document is available to be attached, like the contract text itself, if it isn't prohibited to be, included, it will be included. You can download those there. Like I said, it is a large volume of information, and similarly, we have what a compiled list looks like, for example, is like this. This is also for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. This is just the same information that you saw on that one page. And so it'll have, agency, contract title, what the supplier is, the expiration date. This last column here is political subdivision availability. This refers to funds that an agency receives and then distributes out further. And so this will give you a view of what the agency is currently, who the agency is currently contracted with, and in general, for what type of service. So that all said, I have dropped sample reports of this within the S drive. There are, at the chair's request, there are samples for this for the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, as well as the State Department of Education. So feel free to peruse those at your leisure. Would reiterate and recommend not printing them unless you want to have a non-functioning printer afterward. Yeah, I think these two resources should give you some, my hope is that these two resources provide some direction, some information and context for the committee, excuse me, to formulate its direction moving forward. So happy to answer any questions or to, field any requests on this.
Any questions on either of these resources? And honestly, before Stephen and Matthew made me aware that these even existed, I knew there had to be something, but I didn't know what, and I didn't know if we had access to it as legislators, and to know that we have these, I think is invaluable for our work. So, yeah. So thank you for bringing those forward, Stephen.
One thing I forgot to mention, so because all of these are maintained by the Department of Administration, the Department of Administration has scrubbed them of personal identifiable data. And so, information like payments for unemployment insurance, for example, those won't be included in any of these data sets or any other sorts of like personal identifiable information. There is a section on CanView that has a selection of what is excluded. And so for reference, if in case that comes up down the line. Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Okay, committee. That was, I believe, our last agenda item before lunch. Double check. Yes. So we will go ahead and recess until 1 o'clock. So enjoy an extended lunch period. We will come back and have an update from the Inspector General on an audit he's done on prior authorization, which I heard in Bob Bethel and thought it would be beneficial for this committee to go over as well. We will talk about rules and regs, and then we will have discussion about recommendations for the upcoming legislative session. So enjoy your lunch. See you back at 1. Ready? Okay. Welcome back. Hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch. I blew to lunch and blew back, for depending on which direction you were headed. It's definitely turning fall out there, so hope everyone had a chance to get refreshed before we start our afternoon agenda. Now, do we have any members online? Okay, very good. Okay. Yes, okay. Thank you very much for that, just so we know who all is present. Committee, we will start our afternoon with an update on managed care organization prior authorization and audit report done by our Inspector General, Stephen Anderson. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Steve Anderson, very happy to be here and present information concerning the managed care organization prior authorization audit. That performance audit was done in process look at Kansas, how Kansas processes prior authorization for Medicaid recipients, and covered the period January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2023. We found 17 findings, made 42 recommendations, and also had 12 observations. That report was published on October the 2nd. It's available on our website. If you'd like to see it, we also sent it out to members of the Bethel Committee as well as to the governor and other people. I'd be more than happy to provide anybody who wants a copy. We can provide you the link to it if you like. Basically, we had some objectives in our audit, like we do in many of them, and the first objective was, are there delays in the peer-to-peer review process under each MCO? And the answer is yes, there were delays. The P2P program or reviews take up to 7 business days, depending on the MCO, and result in delays to critical care. High rates of prior authorization denials result in additional prior peer-to-peer reviews, placing an administrative burden on hospitals and physicians and causing further delays. One of the MCOs that we talked to reported they have over 50% of their prior authorization requests results in a denial. The second objective was, are Medicaid beneficiaries being placed in observation status when they should be classified as an inpatient? And the answer to that is also yes. Patients are defaulted to observation status when they are admitted to the hospital. MCOs appear to be abusing commercially sold interqual and middleman care guidelines to do so. This criteria is used to deny inpatient status and keep patients in observation status despite them meeting the medical standards for inpatient criteria. And then the third objective was, is there consistency in how each MCO determines the level of care for post-acute care? And the answer is no. There is no universal standard or federal requirement for how MCOs determine level of care for the for post-acute care. The MCO's individual determination processes are not available to the hospitals, and post-acute care claims are often denied without explanation. In my testimony that you have, I basically just went through and listed out all the different findings we had, and I emphasized finding 13. That was one that kind of jumped out a little bit, and 13 was MCOs frequently denying hospital claims for readmission within 30 days, even if the new admission is unrelated. Labeling these denials as administrative denials allows them to reject the claims and avoid payment. And to put it in a nutshell, what it boils down to is if you're in the hospital, you're an inpatient, the hospital decides it's time for you, that you're well enough now to maybe go to post-acute care, which would be like a nursing home or a rehab center or something along those lines. The MCOs frequently delay that and then say, well, let's send the patient home with maybe in-home care. That's the cheapest option for them. And the hospitals eventually capitulate because they have no choice. Then the patient, if they relapse or have to be readmitted, then the MCO, and this is in the KMAP stuff allows this to happen. The MCO says, well, you shouldn't have sent them home. It's your fault they're being readmitted. So your claims for the first stay are hereby disallowed, and you have to eat that. So that was finding 13. KDHE's response was they agreed with our finding. They appreciated our bringing it to our attention. They were concerned about that the hospital readmissions, without sufficient regard for potential quality issues, often contribute to those readmissions, but they're going to do further research on it. And they're concerned about just what the look is, but it is a bad situation, but it's in the policy that allows the MCOs to do this. So That was just one that I really wanted to bring to your attention. That was finding 13. With that, I understand we have some questions, so I'd be more than happy to stand for questions.
Yeah, thank you for that overview. I'm one of those people that read the entire report for the Bob Bethel Committee, and there's a lot of interesting information in there. One of the things that, if you would mind addressing with this committee, is the conflict of interest between the MCO and using the tool for assessment. If you could speak to that a little bit, because I think that's one I really want the committee to understand.
I anticipated that. That's finding number 10, by the way, in the report, and it talks about conflict of interest. And what it boils down to is United Healthcare owns the tools that are used for deciding if somebody should be made an inpatient or not. And that's the Interqual and MCG program. And that is an algorithm that is used. You feed into what a patient's condition is, whether or not they're having chest pains or other issues, their blood pressure is really high. And that algorithm then gives them, says, oh yeah, that person should be admitted, person should only be in observation status, those sort of things. Now the problem is United Healthcare owns them, and United Healthcare is a managed care organization. Now other MCOs also use these programs, but they own them, and they didn't disclose it anywhere that they did to, but there's nothing in the CanCare contracts that requires them to disclose that. That's one of the recommendations we made, is that that information should be disclosed whenever you're applying for a contract, is like, hey, by the way, we own the programs for doing this. And then the second issue that we identified is you have claims review services called Optum and Change Healthcare. Those are all subsidiaries of United Healthcare. So they own the process from front to back. As far as how they review claims, whether or not a person should be put as an inpatient or not, is owned by United Healthcare. And that was a concern for us. We're not saying that they've definitely used that, because we can't prove that, but it just looks bad on the surface to have one of your lead MCOs that owns the criteria that's used for evaluating whether or not somebody should be an inpatient. And then later for the claims, making sure the claims are processed correctly or that they're properly coded, they also benefit from that, because basically they're judging their own claims. And I think most people would see that that is not a good look for the state of Kansas, and it's not a good look overall for the healthcare program, is when you have one of your primary MCOs that controls so much of the narrative.
Are there questions at this point? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Steve. Can we go back and renegotiate the contract, change the terms, or are we stuck? And how long is this going to exist before we have a chance to change? I don't know if it can be done statutorily or if it's agency.
That's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. I know that, obviously we're under a fairly new contract now, but that's something that, as this legislative body, I would recommend that they look at CanCare 4.0 when it comes up, that there's more input on the provisos in the contract.
I'm guessing when you deny these claims, like you described, the first one was denied because they let them go too early or discharged them too early. I mean, we have to assume that all this extra cost is being transferred to the private pay insured people who are buying their health care, out there.
Well, it's really hard we talk about our rural hospitals suffer financially, right? I mean, that's something I hear about all the time. And the hospital's the one that eats this. When the MCO says, I'm not going to pay that claim, that's the hospital that has to eat that cost. And I kind of brushed over it, but the inpatient status versus the observation status is a big difference in what the MCOs have to pay out to the hospital. So if the MCO says, no, that person's not bad enough to be an inpatient, but the hospital's got, well, we got this patient here, we can't just let him go. So they keep them in observation status, but they're still tying up a bed. We've had hospitals that reported to us when we were doing the audit, said, we were full up. We couldn't accept any new patients because we were full. We couldn't get rid of this patient because we couldn't discharge them, but they were only being paid observation price, but they had them basically as an inpatient. And then if they do cut them loose and then they go off and a day later they come back because their heart starts again, then the MCO's like, well, too bad, we're not going to pay your previous claims because you shouldn't have ever let them go. So those are some of the issues that we were wanting to reveal in this report, is that the hospitals are bearing a lot of the cost. Now, you'll hear some arguments that sometimes it's the hospital's own mistakes because they don't do the records well enough or they don't provide enough information to the MCO. One of the other things in here is about the peer-to-peer things that I touched on. If a hospital sends a patient forward and says, hey, I want you to look at this, or this person should be an inpatient, and sometimes they have no choice. They go ahead and put them as an inpatient anyway because the doctor says this person should be admitted, they admit you. Later, they send that information to the MCO. The MCO comes back and says, we disagree, we're denying your claim. Now you can do peer-to-peer with us. Well, good luck with the peer-to-peer part of it, because a lot of the MCOs, their peer-to-peer doctors are only available Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, banker's hours. But oftentimes it's their ER docs who are working the 2 o'clock in the morning shift is the one who made that decision. And then good luck trying to line that up where they can do it. And I do understand with CanCare 3, they finally have told the MCOs you got to have a like doctor. In other words, you have to have a cardiologist on the peer-to-peer. Previously, if you were a cardiac doctor and you were contacting the MCO, they may have a gynecologist as the person you're talking to, or a pediatrician, not a cardiac doctor. So it'd be really hard to convince them this person really did need to be an inpatient. They should be receiving services. I know there's a long answer, sir. I hope I got
No, it's a great answer, and I mean, and it's probably incalculable how much money is being lost through all this because of daily stay, right? How many days somebody stays beyond what they need to on observation status, or not getting the care that they're supposed to.
That's the problem on the backside of it, is then when a person is rendered as an inpatient or been observation status and it's time for them to leave, and they do decide that, yes, maybe they do need to go to a long-term care facility, nursing home, rehab center, then trying to get approval through the MCO to pay for that causes long delays. And sometimes people sit in status at the hospital, again, tying up a bed for days and days and days while they're trying to get that taken care of.
Thank you.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand you right, they put them in observation status, and all of a sudden, then they say, okay, they really need to be treated. Then they get ready to send them home. They're supposed to go to a nursing home. They're going to deny that claim? Is that what I hear you say?
They will deny the prior authorization, allowing them to even go to the nursing home, because the nursing home will not accept them without a prior authorization from the MCO, and they can be several days in delays waiting on that to happen. And the hospitals reported to us that they sense that the idea is that maybe the patient will get well enough that they don't need to go to that rehab center or that nursing home, they can just go home. So they hold things off for literally days and days like that, and the patient this whole time is holding up a bed in the hospital.
The other alternative to that is they pass away.
Well, that is, to be crass about it, that does solve the problem. But yeah, they either get better or they die. But in the meantime, the hospital, they're not going to kick somebody out on the curb. They're not going to just wheel them out front of the hospital and say, here you go. So they have this duty of care, and they just want to get reimbursed. They want to get paid for the services they're providing, and it's very difficult for them to do with it with the prior authorization process that's being done.
So there is, I would encourage you to look this over. There's so much in there, but I do have a couple of questions. This audit covered CanCare 2.0, and as you mentioned, we are now on 3.0, and I asked this in Bob Bethel, but for this committee, were some of these issues or findings that you had, were any of them addressed in 3.0?
Well, like I said, in 3.0, they did address that the MCOs now have to have the same doctor background on the peer-to-peer. That is the one thing that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any other issues that were addressed in CanCare 3.0 at all. Just that one issue is the one that I'm aware of. And that's when we provided the audit report to KDHE, and they went through our findings and provided their responses, which you have in the report. That was the one thing that they did address, was that issue, and they didn't address any other resolutions to anything else.
If I recall, KDH&E agreed with, not all of them, but the majority of your findings in here. And so I think that there's some solutions that can be taken, but I guess my question, and maybe what this committee needs to dig in more, what are legislative fixes? What are contract with the MCO fixes? What did 3.0 address any of the, I mean, I think we probably just need an understanding of what all needs to be fixed and where it's appropriate. But I do want to ask, I know a couple of other things I'd like just to bring to this committee's attention. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the number of claims that were denied? That's, if I recall right, a relatively small percentage, but the value of those claims that in the report, if you could just draw the committee's attention to that.
Let me see here. It was roughly 7% of the claims were denied on an ongoing basis, regardless of the MCO. However, the value of the claims was significant. In most cases, it was for like MCO1, and this was in calendar year 2021, 65% of the claims were denied based on value. Okay, 60 of the value of the claims. And the denials for them, for MCO1, was $921 million worth of claims were denied. That's only 7%. The MCO2, 72% were denied. And then MCO3, 55% were denied. And then let me take you up to calendar year 2023, since that's the latest one. So MCO1, the value of all services denied was, make sure I have it right, $1.8 billion. Hospital claims denials accounted for 70% of those denied. MCO2, 69% were denied, and MCO3, 62% were denied. But again, it's stated around 7% of the total number of claims. So when you're like, oh, they only denied 7% of the claims, but monetarily, it's a substantial number of the claims were denied. So, I mean, you can draw some conclusions from it, but it's a situation where the amounts got larger every year. Of course, hospital claims continue to rise. That was one of the things that KDHE pointed out in their response. But the reality is if I'm going to deny claims, I'm going to look for the higher dollar ones. So we can draw some conclusions maybe that they were approving the smaller dollar ones, but the big money ones were oftentimes denied, and that's where it accounts for such a huge number of denials.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to bring that to committee's attention.
And just for the record, there's some really, my analyst did some really nice charts in here to pick the person, so.
So another issue that maybe wasn't as big, but did catch my eye was some of the issues with the manuals not being up to date and consistent, as well as some of the definitions. For example, one that's listed in the report are professional standards of care. Tends to be very subjective, as well as convincing expert opinion. Well, what does that mean? So it leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Can you kind of talk about the problems with that?
We did talk about that with them, is it, because you're trying to decide what is medically necessary. That's the key, is what is medical necessity. Because that is the key. That's what CMS leans on, is medical necessity. We will not pay for services through CMS rules unless medical necessity has been met. And the policies are very vague, just like Senator Erickson was pointing out. And we said, please update that language. And that was one of the places where KDHE disagreed with us and thought that the policies were just fine just the way they were. And that is one of those areas I do believe in CanCare 3.0 should have been corrected in the next contract. They should be, because when you have wiggle room in there and it leaves room for people to interpret it the way they want to, and if you do that, then from a contractual standpoint, we have no way to defend ourselves or no way for the state to protect itself if you leave it open to interpretation, because that's exactly what will happen. Companies will interpret it the best way for themselves, not necessarily the best for the Kansas taxpayer or for the Medicaid recipient. So that was the issue we brought up, and we wanted them to change that language to remove that vagueness, but KDHE disagreed with doing that.
Okay, any questions from the committee so far? So in a nutshell, if I recall correctly, the MCOs are abiding by CMS rules and guidelines and our contract with them through, is that correct?
For the, yeah, there could be some issues. Let's see. And you were looking at, I think it was finding 17 earlier about the inconsistencies in the manuals. Yeah, well, the provider manuals, that's finding 17. There's inconsistencies in the MCO provider manuals. And what we'd reported to us is that the hospital said that the MCOs are not always following their manuals that they provide to the providers, to the hospitals and to the doctors. And we were questioning that because of the inconsistency makes it very difficult for providers to do that. And MCO and KDHE said they actually agree with the finding, and they acknowledge there have been reports of instances in which the MCOs may not have followed the criteria within their own provider manuals. And when they get those reports, they actually deal with the MCOs to correct those issues. So the provider manuals are very important because that's what the providers obviously lean on. And if the MCOs aren't even following their own provider manuals and there's inconsistencies in them with CMS guidance, that again creates a problem for the providers and frustrates them. I do want to point out an observation too, Madam Chair, if I may, that was in the report. We found that as observation, one of them was 5, and we were looking at a report that was done by an outside entity that was talking about evaluations of prioritizations for transplant recipients at urban institutions, and found out that of the 15% that were denied, almost half of them were comprised of Medicaid beneficiaries. Now, we didn't test that. That was based on an outside report that we wanted to share. And then we also wanted to just remind everybody when we talk about the corrective action plan that Kansas is on, and that is our issue. That was observation number 2. Is you know, the state here has been under a corrective action plan for some time from CMS, and they had recommendations reported in calendar year 2019, and CMS took a look at those, and CMS's finding was that the state should conduct data mining using outliers or exceptions, processing of claims to identify patterns of fraudulent, abusive, unnecessary, and inappropriate utilization by MCO networks. In addition to data mining contractually required and conducted by the MCOs, the state should require the MCOs to provide regular updates on performance improvement plans for changing algorithms and data mining updates. And status at the time of the review that was done in 2024, or they published in 2024, was not corrected. So we continue to stay under a corrective action plan by CMS because we haven't fixed the problems that exist under those corrective action plans. And that's one of them, is we're not having the MCOs do the reviews and what they should be doing. I have a little bit of an issue over some of the things I've seen in our reviews of this, is that KDHE has the MCOs evaluating themselves and providing corrective action plans on how they're going to fix self-identified problems, rather than that being done by a state employee or an outside entity, rather than have the MCOs do it. That's something that's popped up a few times in some other work that we're doing, is we're having the MCOs write their own corrective action plans for issues that are identified during reviews.
So along those lines, are you aware of any effort, and this may be outside your scope of what you looked at, where, because it seems to me like KDH&E is the go-between basically, or overseeing the MCOs and the hospitals and kind of arbitrating the payment and so forth through the MCO contracts. Are you aware of any effort for all 3 of those to sit down and discuss the issues that the hospitals are having with MCOs, and having all 3 of them in the room at the same time listening to the concerns to work out some of these issues?
Well, we actually reached out by the Association for the MCOs recently, and they want to have a meeting with my office as well as KDHE, and KDHE's agreed to that, and we're in the process of scheduling such a meeting.
I'm thrilled to hear that. I always think that's the best solution, is for the stakeholders all to get together and work out their differences, because I always say, if you want the legislature to do it, no one's going to be happy with that fix. So I'd rather the entities get together and work it out and make sure that to me, this is, like multifaceted, like I said. I think some of it has to do with the MCO contract. Some of it can be addressed there. Some of it, I know from reading the report, may need some language tightening on the legislative side, but I think that's something I think this committee can look at and just, I do not believe in reading anything other than maybe inconsistency in the manuals, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the MCOs are doing anything wrong in regard to their contract or anything of that regard, but the question is, are our contracts reflecting what we need, the level of that we need here in Kansas? And I think that's the question that these findings bring to light in my mind, and making sure our contracts and our legislative language reflects what we expect from all of the parties involved. Is that a fair assessment?
I believe that's fair, Madam Chair. It always ties back to a lack of oversight on these sort of things, and KDHE has, throughout their responses in different places, said, yeah, we'd love to do that, but it would require additional staff. We don't have the people to do that. And then, then who's going to do it? Who's going to have that oversight ability? Who's going to actually be auditing some of these things? Because right now we have contractors watching other contractors. We have Gainwell watching the MCOs. They're a contractor. We also have Gainwell that needs to be looked at because they're a contractor who's reviewing claims and what have you. But who's watching Gainwell? Nobody. And KDHE then, they're in a role to do this, and they do watch some things, and they do handle complaints and what have you, but they don't have the bandwidth to really do the in-depth stuff. They're just trying to do the day-to-day business, and they don't have the bandwidth to do other things. So it is a problem with who provides the oversight. And as long as everybody's honest and fair, it's great. But the first time somebody tries to take advantage of loopholes, then that's when we start losing money.
So if appropriate and agreed to by all of the stakeholders, I would appreciate an update to this committee on the outcome of those discussions on how to resolve some of these issues. So if you could maybe keep us posted on the appropriateness of that, I would appreciate a
We don't have it
follow-up.
scheduled yet, but we're in the process of getting available dates and it's herding cats, trying to get multiple people together. But yes, I'll gladly report back to this committee after I get something that's worth reporting on.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Senator Thompson.
Is that report that you're referring to, Steve, is it on your website where I can download it? Okay,
It sure is. It's 155 pages.
I'll download it,
Yes, sir.
not print it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Before you go, Inspector General, could you I know you're working on a couple of other audits that this committee might be interested in going forward. Can you share what you're working on?
I'd love to. We're actually looking at an audit of data sharing between Medicaid and DCF involving SNAP and Medicaid data. And what we're looking to see is that our DCF and KDHE basically taking advantage of the data they have right in front of them, because both of those programs are in the KEY system, which is the Kansas Eligibility Enforcement System. It's right there. We have access to it. We can see it. So if somebody's got a medical case and they have a food assistance case, and you look at the information they provided to verify their eligibility, you'll see there's vast differences in the story they told. And we're doing an audit of that, looking at people to see where the problems are at, whether it has to do with residency, family composition or household composition, as well as income. And we get a lot of referrals through that we're doing cases on where we see that they told completely different stories. So we're looking at that audit. We just kicked that off. We're also looking at the Pregnant Woman Program. And the Pregnant Woman Program is, and this is what got me in trouble the other day in front of the committee, because I revealed my wife's age, and she told me she was angry at me, but she forgave me. So, but here's the problem. We have a lot of women in the state of Kansas that are 45 and older that are on the Pregnant Woman Program. And we have some women as old as 60 years old on the Pregnant Woman Program because we take self-attestation. And basically, if you say you're pregnant, you're pregnant. And for a majority of these women like that, they've never had a single doctor's visit to verify their pregnancy. They just said they were pregnant. And that was the point I was trying to make, is if a 60-year-old woman realized she was pregnant, she would go to the doctor. My wife would. If she was pregnant, I would take her to the doctor if she told me she was pregnant. So how is it that all these women are pregnant and never seen the doctor to even verify the pregnancy, but certainly it's a very high-risk pregnancy? Well, our claims show they're not had anything, and some of our work's already showing that they clearly are not pregnant. We've had one woman who's been continuously pregnant since 2019, and that's impossible. For anybody who doesn't know that, that is completely impossible to be pregnant for that long. So we're looking at those. That's one of the other things we're looking at. We're also taking a look at the home and community-based services audit. We had done an audit on that in 2022 that was released that found significant problems with how people on the waiver programs were ineligible. They weren't using services. They should have been removed. We're taking another look at it, and this time we're looking more at the functional assessments that people have to have. They have to have a functional assessment every year. And we're finding there's this large number of people that have not had functional assessments done, some of them for a really long time. And people are aware of it over at the state agency. And we're going to be looking at that very carefully, as well as the agencies are responsible for doing the reviews, so those functional assessments, what's going on with that. And in addition to that, we're looking at how they are billing for those functional assessments. Because one of the things I was really perplexed by when we were doing the initial audit is I asked the KDAD's employees, I said, well, how do you know the functional assessment was completed? He said, because we get an invoice for it. Okay, do you actually see the functional assessment? Or do you see something, no, we just get an invoice and we pay it. That's not good enough in my world, where I come from a procurement standpoint, because I've done a lot of procurement fraud in my lifetime. You don't pay invoices unless you have some proof that the item was delivered. But that's exactly what's happening there. So we're looking at that aspect of it. But, you know, for those of you who don't know, the waiver programs, some of them have really lengthy waiting lists. And I think we'll find that there's people that are on the waiver that shouldn't be, and we could free up slots on those waiting lists and get people onto the system. And I'm not joking about this. We got people who have not had functional assessments since like 2018 that are still on the waiver. That shouldn't be. They're supposed to have it every year. There was an exception during the PHE where they could go 2 years, but that's long since in the background now. So that's another issue for us, is that. And then the last thing that we're doing is we're looking at the drug program, and we're looking at a fee that we pay for prescription drugs. When a doctor writes a script for an over-the-counter drug, they do that to basically help the Medicaid recipient get the over-the-counter drug for free. Healthy Blue had testified at Bethel a couple sessions ago that their number one over-the-counter prescribed drug was ibuprofen. So you take a bottle of ibuprofen that you could go to the drugstore and buy for $3. We end up getting a script for it, so the person goes in and fills it, but then we end up paying a $10.50 fee to the pharmacy for filling that in addition to the cost of the drug. So we're paying this fee, a dispensing fee they call it, of $10.50. And then now we're looking at how the PBMs interplay with that, and we're finding it looks like maybe the PBMs, the pharmacy benefit managers, are scraping part of that fee that was supposed to go to help the pharmacist or offset some of their cost of putting the medication together. Now the PBM's scraping part of that money. So those are some things that we're seeing and some audits that we're working on.
Committee, yes, Senator Murphy.
I don't really have a question, but in relation to all the work you're doing, I guess I'm a simple guy, and I think, when you have a hole in the fence, you shouldn't be surprised when the cows get out.
Yes, sir. I raise cattle too.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm sure, do you have, I know one of those audits, because I asked in Bethel, is going to be done before end of year. Do you have any idea when the others, I know you said one you're just getting started on, but I have a feeling this committee is going to be interested in what you find in those audits, so
Sure,
timing?
and we're hoping to have the audit itself ready to publish to the public by the early in the year, early in the spring. However, we also intend to do interim reports because we want to get that information in the legislators' hands so that you can act on it. And some of them have pretty, like the pregnant woman issue, that's a pretty significant issue. We want to get that in your hands so you have time to digest it and maybe take action with it. So we'll be doing an interim report most likely on that, as well as on the HCBS part of, there'll be an interim report on that before the first of the year will be published, most likely. If we don't have the audit completely done, we'll have an interim report out so that you'll have that information sooner than later.
Well, I'm glad that things smoothed over with your wife. I knew in Bethel when you said, I thought, oh boy, I bet he's going to get in trouble on that one. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, when you were here, I think it was last year, we talked a little bit about your head count.
Yes, sir.
What is your head count today, and have you got any in a request for additional?
Our current approved FTE load is 22. We have far fewer than that because we didn't get our funding. We currently have 14 people on staff. We should only have 13, but I was able to squeeze my budget because I am about efficiency. So I was able to squeeze my budget and brought in an investigator, which is very low impact on my budget. So I was able to bring our head count up to 14 people. But it basically wrung out our budget for doing some other things that we would like to spend money on, but we needed hands, right? But if we were to get our funding, then we were approved up to hire up to 22 people to take on our work that we need to do, and we desperately need them. I mean, we could be even busier. People comment, well, you guys are really busy now, because we've got over 100 criminal investigations open too, aside from these audits. Part of my staff are out here doing criminal investigations of people who are committing eligibility fraud. Some of them are pretty big cases. We have one where a woman, it's over, the loss to the state of Kansas is over $200,000 in capitation payments because of a fraud. And we have another case where an individual, he's an illegal alien, assumed the identity of a U.S. citizen, and he's been getting benefits and things through this person's identity. And also getting Social Security benefits and what have you. So those are two federal cases that we're working on that one will be, they should be settled here pretty quick. But we have a lot of other cases going on involving eligibility, ranging from people that don't live in the state to elsewhere. But we could open another 200 cases a year easy on eligibility matters. Plus, we want to be looking at providers and people like that. And it's all about resources. And part of our deal too is, we're looking at SNAP and all these other programs now. And one of the things that we discovered is, EBT is an issue, right? I talked to the agriculture IG agents who are responsible for Kansas. There's two of them. They're responsible for Missouri and Kansas. They've never been to Wichita. They've been to Kansas City, Kansas one time, but they've never been to Wichita or elsewhere in Kansas. So that means the people who are supposed to be out there looking at EBT stores to make sure that they're doing the right thing with EBT benefits, there's no oversight. There's nobody looking. We want to do that. That's in our wheelhouse. We'd love to do that, but it takes boots on the ground. And I right now cannot put those boots on the ground because I don't have those people.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you were to receive funding for those other employees, 8 more employees, I think that would be the right number. Yes, could you have a return on investment of those? And what do you expect the return to be?
I definitely would have return on investment for that. What it would be is, our return on investment right now is like, for every $1 you guys have given me, I've returned more than $10. I know that number will eventually go down, but I can't guarantee it, but man, it would be about as close to a sure thing as you can get. That we would be able to return far more than it costs to operate us. When you look at our past results and things that we did, like last year we identified that $22 million that the schools are paying. My operating budget last year was under $1 million, sir. I can return you some money if I have resources, but it takes resources. I made this comment at Bethel Committee a few times ago. It's about finding things. Anybody who has had children or grandchildren, you tell them, they come in, I can't find my shoes. Well, did you look for them? Well, no. Well, fraud's the same way. There's no fraud. Did you look for it? No. Well, that's why you didn't find it. because everywhere we look, we find fraud. Every time we kick over a rock, cockroaches go scattering. We know the fraud's there, but it just takes people to go out there and lay the hands on it. And I've pointed out before fiscal year 2024, I had no investigative resources, but we were still identifying stuff. We finally got a couple special agents, and they've been running their butts off working cases. And there'll be more and more of that sort of stuff, but we just got to have people to do it. Prior to us doing that, there was nobody looking at eligibility fraud for Medicaid in the state of Kansas.
My understanding is in the last few years, our head count in Kansas for the government employments went up over 5,000 people. Surely we can find 8 people to put in your organization.
I have people that want to come to work for us. They're knocking on our door. They want to come because they hear that we're a great place to do it and they love the mission. I just got to have money to pay them. So if you can help me with that, I would appreciate it.
And there is an audit out there that actually examines the IG's office. And I will just say, they are doing their part in identifying it. And it's up to us to actually hold people's feet to the fire to implement the recommendations that they're getting, because as of now, the IG's office has no authority to enforce their recommendation. So an agency can basically say, okay, thank you very much for the recommendation, and ignore it, and we don't realize, you know, any change in the recommendation. We have to put teeth in it, and that's what they're doing their job. Now we need to put some teeth in it to make sure that we're actually recovering those opportunities. Anything else? If not, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again many times during regular session. Thank you. All right, committee, next we have update on rules and regulations of the modernization project, and Clay Barker from the Secretary of State's office is with us. Welcome back, Clay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clay Barker, General Counsel for the Kansas Secretary of State. And I'm going to just give a brief introduction to frame our modernization, then turn it over to my colleague, Whitney Temple, who will do the majority of the testifying. First of all, we saw our mission today is to brief this committee on what is being done to modernize the process of producing a regulation. On Thursday, we're testifying to the Joint Committee on Commerce about changes to the procedure itself. So we have no legislative recommendations for this committee right now. This is just how we make the current process more efficient, which we see as how to deliver the service at lower cost to the public. Like probably a lot of groups in government, we've been studying efforts in the past, like REGO, Reorganization of Government from 25 years ago at the federal level, and USDS, the U.S. Digital Services, which was renamed DOGE, for lessons learned that can be applied at state level. The first is that real efficiency must be driven by the executive. The leadership must make it a priority, but they must work in partnership with the legislature for oversight, funding, if necessary, changing laws. The two most common approaches to greater efficiency, first is eliminating, and this is the technical word for it, administrative sludge. You can look it up on the internet, and there'll be a whole bunch of articles on it. It's the barnacles in the process. And this committee passed a bill for our agency last year, or no, actually this year, that eliminated a lot of sort of outdated minor requirements that increased our efficiency, and the staff are grateful for that. I understand you're getting a briefing on the 5-year review of regulations next. That goes along with this approach of the sludge. And just one statistic, in the 3 years before that law went into effect, 93 regulations were revoked total over 3 years. In the 3 years since, it's been 377, so 400% increase. The second way of gaining efficiency, and the one that is applicable here, is technology upgrades and re-engineering a process. In the 90s, the big change was the federal government in one shot required everyone to use websites and email, which caused a lot of internal changes, and everything got easier. As far as regulations with the Secretary of State, we see this as a two-step process, and Ms. Temple will describe the second one that's ongoing. But the first one was to get the final official regulation online only. So as opposed to statutes where the book is still the official version and the online is just a courtesy to the public, and it may not always update for several months when a law is in effect. So that used to be what it was for regulations. To find a current regulation, you'd go to the base volume, which would come out every 10 years. Then you'd have to look in an annual supplement that would come out every year. It was cumulative. And then because regulations would come out sporadically all year long, you'd have to go to the Kansas Register and search through that to make sure a new version or a new regulation had not come out. This is all gone as of 3 years ago. So the official regulation is only online. And what that means is it updates instantly. As soon as the regulation's adopted, it goes online that day so anyone can find it and be confident that that is the official version. It's free and open to the entire public. There's no charge, no user passwords, easy to search, easy to cut and paste, easy to link to it. So that was the process to make the end product, the regulation itself, more efficient. And now Ms. Temple is going to talk about how the rest of the process is being modernized.
Welcome back, Whitney.
Thank you. I am Whitney Temple, the Director of Communications and Policy for the Kansas Secretary of State's office. Thank you for inviting me to speak on the Regulation Modernization Project. It's been something we've been working on for over 3 years. 3 years ago, we started visiting with agencies, gathering feedback, collecting the problems, and reviewing the current process. This initiative is led by Secretary Schwab. I wanted to remind you this is an initiative that will take place statewide. It is not just a benefit for our agency. So I appreciate Secretary Schwab's leadership on this. Since 1965, it's been entirely a paper-based process. So currently, because the system isn't changed entirely yet, currently when prompted by statute, a regulation is drafted and then it's physically passed by paper for editing, legal review, and stamping until adoption. In addition to a copy of those items. This process lacks transparency internally, and it's also flawed. It's outdated, prone to human error, inefficient, and increasingly cumbersome in today's digital age. I also brought an example. So here's an example of a regulation that we receive at the end of the process, stamped. We also have little notes on it on a sticky note instead of writing, of course, on the paper itself. And then we also receive a copy of the regulation. So it's quite a bit of paper. At the end of that process, it's stored in a filing cabinet in our basement. I should say it was. Thankfully, we are digitizing that process as well. So they are no longer in our basement, but that was the practice for many years. Once a regulation is adopted, it is published in the Kansas Register, and then it's effective 15 days after publication. And then this is posted to our website, which is what Clay just went over, the KARs. So that's on our website. In my written testimony that I provided you, I went into a detailed flow chart. This is also on our website of the process that currently takes place and is also in statute. So this isn't changing the timeline or process, but it's making it more efficient. So as you can see, once a regulation is submitted in the approval process, it goes to Department of Administration first for first edits, and then it goes to the Attorney General's office for legal review, and then it goes to Department of Budget for the economic impact statement, and then to our office for the final review. Some of the issues with the current process, as you can imagine, are missing pages. Whenever they're pretty large regulations, you can miss pages in the document. There's stamping issues. The current stamp is not ADA compliant. It also sometimes covers the text. It's faint. Sometimes might have the wrong date on it, so it's more prone to human error. Also, there is human error, so you might have coffee spills or note-taking on the back, and this is all actual things that we have experienced. Staff turnover. Since starting, we've lost a lot of institutional knowledge, and so having a more digital system will be easier to onboard new folks throughout the state of Kansas. It also will also have templates in place. Currently, we see different variety of templates that come through, so this will standardize the process much better. Version control. So once one approval agency might edit a document, they send it back to the regulation reviewer or writer. They make those edits, and sometimes when you have different versions out there, you get confused and lost on which is the latest and the correct version. The size of the regulation, larger it is, the more pages that can be lost. And then also a lot of wasted paper. So for example, our agency will receive copies of the economic impact statement. We don't necessarily need those copies, and so you're just disposing more paper. The 5-year review, whenever this first started, we spent a lot of IT time helping agencies go through the process, reviewing the regulations that they needed to go through. Having a standardized digital system will help with those timeline reminders. JCAR, they have a lot of questions for agencies, for regulation writers. The software that we ended up choosing, and I'll get to that here in a minute, allows agencies to review other states throughout the United States on their regulations, so it's easier searching. Okay, so for some background and timeline, so 2022, we began working toward this solution, looking at vendors and trying to problem solve. 2023, we began discussions with the approval agencies, getting their feedback, and we even hosted a brunch and learn. So we brought in other agencies throughout Kansas, got their opinions, also kind of heard their pain points too with their current process. In 2024, we began the keto approval and the RFP. And in 2025, we concluded that RFP here in July. We selected Esper as our vendor, and the contract was signed and discovery has begun. And we are looking to go live in early 2026.
Sorry, Whitney, just for my notes, the vendor again and.
It's Esper, ESPER.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And with Esper, there really will be a 2-part benefit. So you'll have the internal benefit, where all agencies, boards, and commissions throughout the entire state of Kansas will submit the regulation through Esper, so through this electronic system. This will increase transparency. So keep in mind, like right now, the Secretary of State's office, we have no idea what's in the pipeline. We have no idea what regs are coming to us until we receive them. Sometimes they're a few years old even. So this will make it more transparent internally for the approval agencies. This will also be from start to finish. So when agencies submit their regulation, goes through the approval process, it'll also be start to finish to the Kansas Register as well, instead of having its own separate system. So gone are the days of carrying paper around from agency to agency. Keep in mind, not all agencies are even located here in Topeka. So unfortunately, 2020 really highlighted this issue, but thankfully, gone are those days in 2026. We have gotten a lot of positive feedback from agencies saying that this has been long overdue and appreciate our initiative. Specifically, KDHE, KDOT, Agriculture, and Budget are a few. And we had just begun discovery a couple months back, so looking forward to hearing more feedback from agencies. The second benefit to this software is externally. So the public currently only finds out about a regulation when it's near adoption. So they find out about it during the public hearing notice. At that point in time, the regulation has already gone through the entire approval process. So with this software, there will be a public-facing website, so the public can go to it and see what agencies submitted a reg on what title and the date. It's going to be more transparent that way. And they'll know, when the regulation was submitted through the approval process, so at the very beginning of it. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for either Mr. Barker or Ms. Temple? Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will we be able to leverage the new systems to be able to try to historically quantify and benchmark, number of new regulations that have been promulgated, potentially when, we see repeated areas where this regulation tied to this specific area keeps changing time and time again? Like what kind of benchmarking and data will we be able to derive from it outside of just kind of tracking what's happening with the regulations?
I'm not too sure. I'm happy to get back to you on that. Unless, Clay, do you have any info on that? Do you have any information on this question? Sorry, Clay might know.
Senator, we have the ability to go back and look at all the different regulations that have come through, been published, revoked. KLRD has great graphs, information on the number of regulations that have come and gone over the years. And as I think Ms. Temple said, we're also scanning all the previous regulations back to the 1930s online, so they will be searchable also. But I'll get you a better answer to that when we get back, talk to our staff.
Any other questions? So I do have just a couple. I know I've heard this before, but please refresh my memory. So the old system of, okay, the Department of Administration hand walks it over, and by the time it makes it all the way through that process, how long does that typically take?
So we did the math on this. In the absolute perfect world situation, it would be 92 days. I don't know if that's actually ever happened, because that would be saying each approval agency approved it within a day, which it takes longer than a day. So could ESPR help speed that up? Potentially. It'd be more efficient.
That was my next question. So with the new system, how much quicker are we able to that process?
The statute will still remain the same. So you still have your 60-day public hearing notice. You have those statutory time that you have to wait. But it could essentially make it a little bit quicker.
I would hope that'd be a goal. So the ESPR, so what was the fiscal note on that system?
So the first year it was 1.4, and we signed a 3-year contract.
Okay, and when will that be live?
Ideally, April 2026.
I apologize if you told me that. I'm trying
It's okay.
to write it. Okay, April 2026.
But in the new year.
Okay. Okay, well, appreciate the department. I think Secretary of State's office has been a leader amongst the agencies in looking for efficiencies, trying to streamline, so appreciate your proactive stance on that. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you both very much for being here, and keep us posted on how that's going. We'll be watching to see how that works out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee, next we have a presentation on rules and regs, the 5-year review process. And I understand the information for this is on the S drive. And we have Jordan Milholland, Managing Research Analyst at KLRD. Welcome, Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there should be 2 different memorandums that are available for this discussion topic. The first memorandum was prepared by my colleague Jill Shelley, who I staff the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs with. And so that is the one I'm going to start off with. The second memo covers a little bit different topic that's related, though. So as the Office of Secretary of State stated, in 2022, the legislature passed a bill that became KSA 77-440 through House Bill 2087. And under that bill, it established a 5-year review process for existing rules and regulations. So what it does is it sets out a list of all the agencies that have rules and regulations at that time, and then it puts those basically into 5 different portions to where they're required by August of each year to submit a report to my office, KLRD, with responses to questions. And basically, they're required to look at every single rule and regulation that the agency has in place. Going forward from there, for any new rules and regulations that the agency might put forth and promulgate after that, their initial report or the next report, they're required to report to our office within 5 years after that rule and regulation has been effective. So in the memo in front of you, that information summarized. Currently, we've finished 3 years of that review, so 3 groups of agencies have turned in their reports to our office, and so we still have years 4 and 5 for that first cycle. So to implement the review, our office created a report. We worked with the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. We took the statute into account, the different criteria that was in that statute, and we crafted some questions. We then worked with the committee to tailor those questions and to ensure that those questions were generating useful information. We've then taken the report back to the committee and further tailored the questions briefly in the past couple of years. And so to begin the process, the Office of Secretary of State, they provide our office with a list of rules and regulations for each of the agencies ahead of that particular year. And we've already received, I believe we've received all of those for 2026 already. And so that is to ensure that we have each of those built into the form that the agencies fill out, and to make sure that we haven't missed something on our end when we're compiling that form for the agencies to fill out. If you're interested, just as a side note, our website, the KLRD website, if you go to interim committees and then administrative rules and regulations, you can go to the committee page. There's a link that has all of the reports that have been submitted so far. And basically, we don't edit those reports, but what we do is we look for any obvious, maybe a misspelling or something like that, try to clean them up a little bit, make them as user-friendly as we can, to where you could print it off if you wanted to, each of the reports. And then we get those uploaded. We also have a summary each year that we post that summarizes answers. It includes some of the essays, sort of question answers that they've provided. So if they go into detail on a particular rule and regulation or an answer to a question, we've got those aggregated in one place. And then we also have more of a summary where it hits the high notes. It shows you a little bit of what each agency's done, how many rules and regs they've looked at, and things like that. I believe I've covered most of the information on the background of that process. I'll go ahead and start into some of the statistics that we have in the memorandum. So we tried to at least kind of distill this down to where you could compare over each of those 3 years, because like I said, we revised a little bit after that first year, so we have some notes there as some of the questions are a little bit different. I won't read all of the numbers to you, but if there are questions as you're looking at this information, I'd be happy to delve a little bit deeper into any of these particular years or answer questions on that. So in our box, you can see that we've listed the number of agencies reviewed, and that really depends on each year. So there's 18 in the first year, and the last year there's 15 in that middle year. The reasons why there is a little bit of a difference between the years are there may be agencies that are still in the KARs, but maybe that agency's been abolished. Maybe some of those rules and regs have been moved under a different agency. And so in the original listing of the statute there might have been, some agencies that are still in the books that have to be in the list, but may not actually have rules and regs to report on. And rules and regulations reviewed, we had those numbers there for you as well. That really is dependent upon the agency. I'm sure you all know KDHE, for instance, would have a lot more regulations than, say, a fee board would, or a licensing agency, just due to the scope of what that agency has rules and regulations on. The next chunk that we have listed there for you are some specific questions that we asked for answers for, and we've asked for those each year, except for you'll note that one of them was not asked in 2023. So we ask for each rule and regulation that every agency has, whether it's necessary for implementing and administering state law. And that actually comes from the statute. The agencies are required to answer basically whether or not this is still needed. And so you can see there, the numbers range from 8% of those rules and regulations that were examined to 6.4%. And then the middle graph there is 5.8%. So really around 6 to 8% annually so far has been identified as something that can be revoked. And then going to the revoked column, that number is actually going to differ just a little bit, because there may be rules and regulations that can be revoked, but they may, depending on the state agency's answer, there may be different reasons for why these numbers are a little bit different year to year, but generally they line up fairly closely. The next question is about whether there's an identifiable purpose in support of state law. Again, that goes back to that first question. This is just a little bit different way of asking that. An example of one of those that was identified to answer this question is the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, for example. They found a regulation on the books from the 60s for a hunting season in the 60s that had no application to today's hunting seasons, for example. So that's one way that an agency has identified something that could be revoked in that way. Finally, we ask whether these agency rule and regulations are broader than necessary, whether the purpose might be served better by having more narrowly tailored rule and regulations, or there might be other reasons for that, why agencies might answer in that way. We did not have data on that for 23, but 24 and 25, there were some data points for that. Something else I should point out on the revocation process is that there is an expedited revocation process now in place due to 77-440. So this allows an agency, if they're reviewing and they determine that there's rule and regulations that need to be revoked immediately, or there will be nothing to wrap up based on revoking those and they're not needed, they can file a notice with the Office of Secretary of State. And this gives a JCAR also a chance to call them to the next meeting or before the committee to discuss those if necessary or needed. And then after it's published, 15 days after that, these rule and regulations are just revoked. So the next section of our memorandum talks about some specific questions and answers that agencies have provided. I won't get too far in the details on these, but we did want to provide you with some examples of reasons agencies have answered in certain ways and why they've found that something's necessary or not necessary. So the first chunk is the purpose of the rule and regulation. We've seen several agencies say that there might be terms that aren't defined in statute that are applicable in the rules and regs that need to be defined. We've seen, this is an example from the Department of Agriculture talking about seed. So this is something that they might have had more broad legislative authority, and then within their seed program, it's a little bit more narrow within the rule and regulation to ensure that poor quality seed isn't being sold. And the bottom example talks about food handling standards and nutritional guidelines. Other ways that these rules and regulations might be necessary, it might be that there's a federal reason why some of these are needed. So there might be federal funding to administer a program, and our standards have to be in line with those federal program standards to get the funds to then run that program at the state level. We also ask how revocation would affect Kansans. So just because an agency determines something might be something that could be revoked, they then are asked to provide reasons why they need that, and also how this might affect Kansans. So if there is no reason for this rule and regulation to be in place, they might say that this won't affect Kansans because it's not a program that's currently being enforced or run. We've got some other examples there for you, so you can feel free to take a look at those at your leisure. Going through to the back page of this, I guess this is page 3, I'm sorry, not page 4. We also ask for additional information from them. So we've got some statistics here about just how many of those are necessary, and also how many specific answers we've received. So roughly about 45 to 67% of these rules and regulations reviewed over the 3 years, depending on the year, we've had answers specific to those rule and regulations that have been provided. And again, those are in those reports that are available on our website. If you printed them all off, it would be several hundred pages, so that's why I don't have those here with me. But if anyone's interested in a particular agency's report, we could always have a report printed and brought to you, or we could email it to you as well. As I discussed, there's several programs that are tied to federal program authority or money or both. In 2023, there were 1,203 rules and regulations identified as being related to a federal program, which was 37.1%. And then, actually, I'm sorry, that was 2024. Jumping ahead to 2025, there was only 5.3 of those, % of those identified. So really, it just depends on the agency and the year, but it is something we've consistently asked and do have data on if there's questions on that. Finally, I won't get into all these examples here, but we wanted you to have them in case you're interested in seeing some specific examples of those federal programs. There's a listing here of various entities and programs that were identified as being tied to a federal program. The last paragraph is about expedited revocation, which I covered. So Madam Chair, I know I went through that fairly quickly, but if it'd be appropriate, I'd be happy to stand for questions on this portion of the presentation.
Committee questions at this time. Senator Shane.
Thank you very much, Jordan, for presenting to us today. Real quick, you had mentioned some of the reasons why regulation would be needed, and included we must do this to comply with federal requirements to receive funding. I don't see in the memo that we have a breakdown of what that might look like. Can we pull data to understand the reasons why a regulation is justified according to the agency, and just get an idea of, the primary reasons why they, say a regulation is justified?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we could certainly provide some information to you. That is something that we've summarized in our summary files for each year on our website as well. So we'll have a listing of the various programs in there that have been identified, and we can put some information together for you and send that to you and the committee as well.
Thank you.
Committee, anything else at this point? Seeing none, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next memorandum I have for you is one that I put together. And what I did for this report is I looked at various sunset and periodic review requirements of other states. And so this is not a complete 50-state review, but I reviewed as much as I could in putting this together. And so there are policies included in this report from 26 different states. The scope of what I looked at was probably closer to 35 or 40 states, but there were several that are not included. And another caveat I guess I should make before we get into this is any of the states with sunset review requirements, I did not include states that are very limited in scope. So there might be a state that says only these occupational licensure agencies are subject to sunset in 5 years if not reevaluated and extended. Those type of states are not included in this report. These are more wide-ranging, so if they have all of the agencies in their state, or most of them, or all the rules and regulations, or most of them, subject to a sunset, those would be included in this group. So I began with a National Conference of State Legislatures report that I'd looked at. That report was focused only on occupational licensing, but they had some good history. So according to the NCSL, states began implementing sunset review laws during the 1970s, and a total of 36 states had created these policies by the 1980s. And they stated that some states began repealing their provisions during the 1990s. And a side note that this is not included in this report, but we did discover that Kansas did have a sunset law that was repealed in 1992. And we found a memorandum actually from the 1992 committee that looked at this, stating the same information, that there were 36 states that had enacted those policies. My understanding, based on my notes here that I wrote down, is that this was something where they looked at various state agencies. There's a list of agencies that were subject to a performance audit, and then those agencies were either extended or they were abolished at the end of a certain term, given 1 year to wrap up their policies and their rules and regulations and their business. In 1992, the law was changed, and that actually wrapped up, and now what's in statute is mostly what is in relation to the Legislative Post-Audit Committee. And I believe that Legislative Post-Audit conducted most of those reviews back at that time before this was repealed. And if interested in that information, I can send out some information from that committee to this committee. There's a memorandum from KLRD that was looking at a historical perspective on that and listed the agencies that were abolished. It looked to me in reviewing that list of agencies that some of them were actually moved within other agencies. So one example would be the Athletic Commission. That was moved under the Department of Commerce later on down the road. Going back to the broader perspective here, so today's state sunset laws follow one of several approaches. So when I was looking at these, we identified 18 different states that have some sort of sunset policy. And this would either be, like I mentioned earlier, this would be for an entire agency that would be abolished, or it would be for all the rules and regulations of a certain agency. And that's a pretty important distinction to make, because looking at this would be easy to throw them in the same bucket. There are different intervals that these states have, and I'll get into some of that specific information in a minute. In some of these states, the legislature sets the interval for when that rules and regulations, when those would be abolished or when that agency would be abolished. In some states, it's just a rigid interval, so it might be 5 years, might be 10 years, et cetera. I've got some examples here too of some other state policies that you could look at. There is a distinction to make too. Some states, if there's a new state agency, they review it after 1 year, and that would be Tennessee. But then 10 years down the road is when the agency would be up for a new examination. So that is one approach that's been taken. Going to the second page, we've bulleted out and listed some of these different groups of states. So for states that sunset an entire agency, these range from every 4 years to up to 12 years. And then we've listed those states there for you, depending on which bucket they set in. And so again, that would mean if you're in the 4-year bucket, these agencies that are in their list or all the agencies would be abolished after 4 years, and then the legislature would then have to re-up that agency. So in some of the states I looked at, there is seriously just a single statute that has a chunk of agencies, and it says by this date, these agencies will be abolished unless extended. And then there have been quite a few just different, revisions to that statute over time where they repeal a section, add it in at the end of the review period, and add those agencies back in that they're extending. As we talked about, another difference is that some states sunset programs, and that is, I guess, another distinction that needs to be made. In Missouri, for example, the programs are any sort of agency program that receives state budget money. So it's a little bit more limited in scope than an entire agency or all of the rules and regulations. Finally, we had the list here for you of the states that sunset just whole groups of rules and regulations. You'll see that these range from annually, such as Tennessee and Utah, up to every 10 years. Another approach that states take, going to the next page, is a periodic review of rules and regulations. And this is the bucket that Kansas currently falls in, where we have our 5-year review that I just described. 19 states have some sort of periodic review of rules and regulations, and that includes a lot of these states that also have a sunset process as well. And so these policies are very similar to Kansas in that they require the agencies to review all the rules and regulations, report back to the state legislature or a specific committee, get rid of unneeded rules and regulations. And some states also, as part of their sunset process, require the agencies to then justify or show why these rules and regulations are needed. And we've got a list here for you of the different intervals that these occur at. So you'll see that Michigan has an annual review, Wisconsin does an every odd numbered year review, and then those range up to every 10 years. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions again at the appropriate time, or delve further into any of these policies if desired.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Committee. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be interested, they say every 5 years in Kansas that we do our reviews and all that. Do we have a return on that investment, what we saved, these regulations are not needed anymore, then how much does that really save us, or is that really something that we can put a dollar figure on?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator. That is not something that our office has currently studied. It might be something to discuss with other agencies, such as Secretary of State's office or the Budget Office. Generally, some of these regulations that have been revoked, of course, aren't being used, or the statute is no longer in effect, things like that. We do have some examples in our memo as well of the amount of money that is on the line for some of the federal ones. So some of them say hey, if we have to revoke this, we may not be in compliance and might lose $1.4 million for a program or something like that. But as far as a return on investment cost savings, that's not something that I currently have information for. But we could check and see if there's any studies maybe nationwide on those, or I know some of the different think tanks like the Mercatus Center has done some studies on things like that. Pacific Legal, I believe, has. I'm not sure if ALEC or another group or NCSL would have a study on that, but we can look and see what sort of studies would be available as far as cost savings seen in other states. I will also say Idaho, this is kind of a unique example. In Idaho, my understanding is that they repealed all of their rules and regulations in 1 year and then asked state agencies to come back with what they needed. And I think that some of that has been studied as well. I believe there's some reports out there about what that cost them to do, how much time it took to get those back on board, and things like that. So if there's information that's desired specifically about Idaho or about these other reports, I can certainly look and see what we could provide.
Thank you.
Can you imagine doing away with all and starting? Yeah, I see a lot of, yeah. Senator Shane, did you have? Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I guess part of what Senator Alley was asking about, I would, because I'm assuming some of that could be saved on the taxpayer level, but much of it's going to be on the private end who's complying with all this stuff. So if there's a way to figure out some of that, I'd be interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to look at that as part of the search for return on investment surveys.
So Jordan, my apologies, I'm a lifelong PC user, just got a Mac, so I'm having trouble navigating all the different windows. My apologies. But I did on your first document, there was a chart that showed, I wish I could put my hands on it, all of the regulations. I believe there was like 3 years in the columns and how many are like unnecessary or outdated. And then you also gave information on how many of those have actually been removed. Why haven't more of those, if we've identified unnecessary or, you know, outdated regulations, what's keeping us from doing all 192 of those?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have that chart in front of me that you mentioned here about the rules and regulations that have been reviewed and the numbers of those found to be unneeded. That might be something we could check with the Office of Secretary of State on to see if they have a listing of how many have gone through that expedited revocation process, possibly. It looks like Clay says they could provide that information. As part of this 5-year review, that expedited revocation process was put in place. So we could certainly compare the numbers of how many of those were identified as being unnecessary with how many have gone through the process and provide that information to you, and we'll collaborate with Office of Secretary of State to get some information together for you on that.
I think that would be helpful just, and I love the expedited approach. We're just wondering if we can't expedite the expedited approach a little bit. Not that I'm impatient or anything. The other thing as I was looking through here that I kind of wanted to ask about is there are states, and I know you provided some state information, that have an automatic sunset, not just reviewing existing, but any new rule or reg has an automatic sunset attached to it. Did you look at all at that? And I apologize if you mentioned that as I was searching for my materials, but did you address that at all, and did you find anything on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'll allow me to take a brief look at my memorandum, I may have skimmed over that in my summary of the memorandum here. There are some states that if a new rule and regulation is put in place, it may automatically sunset after 1 year. I believe I have an example of that in the memo, but then it's subject to a longer interval after that. So after that initial review of whether that rule and regulation is working or needed, then it might be subject to a 10-year interval, for example. There's a state that has that information. Yeah, apologize here. I'm going to take a quick look at my memorandum because I believe I've listed that here, at least an example of that, and I'll let you know as soon as I've located that information.
I guarantee you'll be faster than me trying to find it in my new Mac. I don't know how to do all these windows yet.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Tennessee would be the best example here of that. So an agency, and well, this is for a new agency, I guess. It's not just for any new rule and regulation, but if an agency is established, all of their rules and regulations are subject to review after 1 year. And then after that first review, then that interval set at 8 years after that. So then they would come back 8 years later to possibly be sunset. Colorado has a longer interval for 15 years after an existing rule and regulations reviewed, then they have a 15-year period. And then on the back, I was going to take a quick look at whether I've indicated that for other states. It looked like Colorado and Tennessee were the most prominent examples. I have my larger spreadsheet that I organize my information into. So if you'd like, I could take a quick look at that to see if I had other information in there that might be helpful.
I think that'd be good. And I know this is a little bit outside of the scope of your topic for today, Jordan, so forgive me for putting you on the spot a little bit, but I am curious to know, as you were reviewing for this particular topic, did you see anything that other states are doing in regard when there's a conflict between rules and regs between agencies, how they settle that conflict? And you may not have noticed anything. I just wanted to know if you came across any information of what other states are doing in those situations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do not currently have any information to address that topic. I think it might depend on the state, whether it's something in case law or if it's in statute or somewhere like that. But we could certainly look into that more for you. I'm not aware of anything off the top of my head, at least, that I saw, though, in my research.
Okay, thank you. Committee, other questions at this point? Anything else you have for us, Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any concluding remarks, but I believe I've got some good requests here to research when we get back and provide some information back to the committee. And I'd offer, too, if there are other questions on these documents after you all have had time to look at them, feel free to send me an email and be happy to answer individual questions as well.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Much appreciated. Okay, so committee, now we will turn to our discussion and recommendations for the upcoming legislative session. So with that, I will just open it up, and if you need some think time, I've got a list, but what does the committee have? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that struck me was going through some documents that our head count in our at the state employment area had grown 4,000 to 5,000. I don't remember the exact number, 4,000 to 5,000 in the last 2 years. And one of the things that always is a question to us is FTE versus actuals, and how many of those 5,000 are filled, how many of those positions are filled. That money is sitting there waiting. It's approved for the people. We heard today that the GI wanted some additional headcount, and if these positions are empty, why couldn't we use some of that money to fill his positions that he desperately needs? So I think one of the things on government efficiency would be a review of FTE versus actual, and maybe how much of that money is, where that money is and what it's been used for.
Stephen, I'm going to assume that you or someone is capturing this list, please. Okay, thank you. Other items? Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think as a carry forward from some of our previous meetings, really diving into how to handle when there's disagreement between statutes or regulations, the process to vet those out, especially in the short term. would be something that I'd like to see us discuss from a policy perspective. And then something else that I'm having a look at, and I'd like to maybe spend some time with members of the committee, is kind of in the spirit of the conversations we're having on Medicaid. You know, it's, you can't find fraud if you're not looking for it. What areas in government can we do simple verifications just to ensure to, you know, check eligibility? You know, everything from verifying income eligibility for free and reduced lunch in schools to, you know, any number of other programs. So where could we leverage data that already exists in the state for simple verification processes to ensure that our programs are reaching those that actually need it and actually qualify?
Okay, very good. Other areas, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we uncovered or whatever today, quite a bit of interesting stuff in relation to universities and the fees and things like that. And certainly, you know, I'd never heard of affiliated corporations. No idea what those things are and how that ties in and what happens to the money there. And so I'd certainly like to look into that and some of the other, you know, fee issues and stuff. And we've also discussed with the IG about looking into ways to help him. And I know we're looking. Are we free to talk about what we're doing there, or and what we're looking into, or?
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay. We're looking into some help using be somewhat with AI and companies that actually do this for the federal government, for other states and everything like that help them, you know, find these problems and stuff. And the return on investment on that should be very good because it does things much faster. You know, I guess when I look at this, I'm not sure if our committee's appropriately named. Government efficiency. Sometimes you can be efficient, but not effective. I think we're looking for effectiveness, maybe more than efficiency, because you could be a very efficient company making buggy whips and wagon wheels, but we don't need buggy whips and wagon wheels. So I think we need to be looking at those sorts of things. In other words, what should we be doing, and maybe what should we not be doing? And one other thing on my list is we haven't really discussed this, but a number of states do their car tags every 2 or 3 years. I think that is a way we can kind of save some people some time and effort and everything like that, and not be running in and taking care of it every year.
Wow, that's interesting. That's a new one. Okay. Yeah. Senator Shane, then Senator Thompson.
It goes along with the spirit of some things that I'm looking at to allow for private DMVs in Kansas. There are a number of states, including our neighbor Missouri, that has private DMVs, which actually really enhance access, especially in rural areas. So Kansas is recognized next to Illinois as the top 2 worst states for DMVs and the experience that our citizens have trying to register their vehicles and all of that. So that is an issue that I'm having a look at.
Very good. Senator Thompson.
So if I understand Senator Murphy, we should rename it Government Efficiency and Effectiveness in Kansas, so we could be geek, basically. The Geek Squad. Kind of dovetailing on Senator Shane's on the DMV situation, I had a big conversation with the county treasurer in Johnson County and about this problem with the DMVs and the overcrowding, because if you don't get an appointment, you're not going to get in there. You may set 2 or 3 hours unless you get an appointment. And his suggestion, and it's worth looking at, is increasing the fees on some of this. Not that we want to, but it would. His suggestion is, and we'll have to have testimony, I think there's probably been in transportation, that it would, the county is backstopping the deficit. And so they're increasing property taxes and things like that to backstop the deficit of the DMV. And this may be more in the urban, suburban counties and then the rural counties. You know, Johnson County's got a pretty big caseload there, so I don't know if we do that. But that's something we could look at in lieu of, you know, putting more state money into that, letting the counties assess those fees, things of that nature. And I've got the information that he sent to me, so we kind of share on that. On specific recommendations, you know, from the legislature's post-audit, and I'd have to go back through all the various audits we've had in the last year or two to see. There's a lot of suggestions there from LPA. One that stuck with me and I continue to look at is the Economic Development Investment Fund, EDIF. 42 million is swept out of the lottery and put right into that fund. But only 18% of that fund is being spent on what it's supposed to be. We could save 42 million, put it back into the state general fund right away and use it for tax breaks or other things like that. LPA's been doing some really good work. And so I think we maybe get a comprehensive list of, you know, what audits show these kind of inefficiencies. And the other is HPIP. The HPIP program is huge. We just had a audit on the Kansas housing, affordable housing tax credit. It's going to cost us $1.2 billion over the next 10 years, I think it is. And it's either being underutilized or we're going to be building things that are not going to, not unnecessary. You know, we're subsidizing something, we're taking the entrepreneurial risk out of the equation. So decisions are being made by developers based on how much subsidy they can get rather than whether or not housing is needed in a particular area. So I think we could do a lot and find a lot of savings in either sunsetting some of these programs or, you know, cleaning them up significantly. And I think those are some areas I'd like to look at.
Yeah, I think there's a lot there. When I was chair of Commerce, we would get a report from the Department of Commerce on every single program every year. And same with the transportation issues. My initial thought is to work with the chairs of those respective committees. And if they're willing to take it up because it's in their wheelhouse, great. If not, then I think it would be appropriate for us to take a look at those areas. But definitely I'd like to have conversations with those chairs and see. I don't want to duplicate, but I don't want it to fall through the crack as well. Senator Alley.
Based on your suggestion, Madam Chair, we'll do that this week. The Commerce Department is having interim tomorrow and the following day and on Monday, and HPIP is one of the items we're discussing, as well as housing. So that is on the agenda for this week.
See, I knew that. No, I really didn't. But I do know that Commerce does handle a lot of that. So just want to make sure we're efficient in how we're tackling these as well. So, and effective, Senator Murphy. And just not let them slip through the cracks. So, okay, other areas to explore. Okay, I'm going to go through some things we've already kind of delved into because those are really great to take a look at. I'd like to be able to have some tangible potential legislation queued up. If you've looked at our session schedule for the upcoming session, it is, I thought last session was fast and furious. This one is doubly fast and furious. So I'm hoping we might be able to give staff and revisers a little head start on any potential legislation that this committee would want to look at. So if we can do that, that would be awesome. So I'm just going to kind of go through and review a few things we've had already some informational hearings on. So the fire marshal issue that we discussed last time, we came up with some key concerns, and I want to discuss some potential fixes and see, you know, if it resonates with any of the committee and if we want to pursue it or not. So we could have statutory change. We could amend the fire marshal's rules and reg authority in statute to either exempt residential care facilities or clarify bounds of authority. Of course, there's good and bad with that. one of the big concerns I have with that is that's going to be largely reactive in nature, and I think we want to get ahead of this. And so one of the solutions that I would put forward for consideration is, again, going along with what we heard earlier, I think we give stakeholders a chance to get to the table, come up with their own potential solutions. If not, then I think we fall back on, us dictating something. But I would like to have and with the committee's permission, Senator Shane has said he would be willing to work with the stakeholders in that process, the fire marshal, the other folks involved with those concerns, and try to establish some compromise and some things to bring back to resolve those issues. So that would be my recommendation as a first step, knowing we can always come back with some legislative action limiting the fire marshal's authority and so on, if need be. So I'm going to throw that out there and open it up for conversation. Senator Murphy?
Thank you. You got somebody willing. They said, let them do it.
Is there any concern or objection to proceeding that way as a first step to try to get some resolution in that way? And thank you to Senator Shane for being willing to organize that. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also, we talked about the fire marshal issue. We heard from some of the people that they're being affected by, and we're talking about nursing homes and those sort of things. We should also bring in the nursing homes and ask them what their solution would be, and maybe get both the parties together to get those solutions. I wouldn't ask just one side or the other, because they'll have their own opinions, but get both of them together, I think that would solve that problem.
Agreed. And I know Senator Shane has delved into this and is, I'm trusting will bring all of the stakeholders necessary to the table. And I would prefer to give that a shot before we just, based on what we know at this point, move forward with some legislative fix. So are we all comfortable with that at this point? Senator Shane, any comments?
We'll get it done.
All right. Another issue that came up earlier was the rules and regs. And specifically, we have a conflict between KDADS and the fire marshal. So how do we handle those? And that's just an example. I think there may be other conflicts, but do we need to look at a possible solution, a hierarchy? If we have two agencies and they're telling, people different conflicting things, how do we resolve that? I don't know what the answer is, but I do think rather than have something, a large potential issue occur and then we're reactive, I'd like to at least have thought through potential resolution of that before it bites us. So any thoughts or concerns on that? Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I envision that being part of the conversation that we have with the fire marshal and bringing in other state agencies. Like, this is the clear and obvious example that's sitting in front of us today, but from an agency perspective, what might be a workable short-term solution when these conflicts do arise to solve the problem in the short term and then also address it in the long term. So I'm hoping to get some insight there, but yeah, I think it's important that because it's not a matter of if it happens, it's how frequently it's going to happen, right? So I think it makes perfect sense for us to come up with some sort of prescriptive process on how those conflicts are mediated.
And then I'm hoping then that we could broaden that. If there's a precedent set by what this group comes up with that we could apply, into other situations, I think that would be ideal. So if we're okay with proceeding that way and resolving the conflict issue. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, just to give a little bit of update on a few things. Some of the legislation that we put into place last year, One is the bill that says if you're going to expand a program or increase costs, you have to get approval of the legislature or LCC when we're not in session. I kind of wanted to see how that process was working as of date. There's not been a need to utilize that, so we don't know how that process is going to work yet, but wanted to let you know kind of an update on that. I've also, staff has been working with me for quite a while now on NGOs. I still have a great interest in knowing the footprint of NGOs in our state. Maybe great, maybe small, we don't know. And it's been difficult to try to get our arms around that, but that is still in the works. So I want you to know that I will still be pursuing the NGOs. As far as some of the other issues, I know you all are well aware of the SNAP waiver, the pop and candy. That is taking longer than we had hoped, but that is still in the works. So looking forward, I think we've got some follow-up work to do on some things that we started this last session, some new items to take care of. I will let this committee know. I will be working on some state mirroring of policies put in with the so-called Big Beautiful Bill to make sure that our state statutes align with the federal statutes in that law. So any thoughts, questions, Senator Thompson?
Yeah, back to the NGOs. And I think we've discussed this before, and maybe it's time to have our researchers look into this. Mid-America Regional Council in particular was created in 1966 just to administer transportation money, but they have expanded far beyond their authority in many areas. If we could find out, how that, how they have ballooned, whether or not we can do anything to retract some of that authority, and or if we eliminated the Mid-America Regional Council and we took control of that transportation money ourselves, if we could be far more efficient, because I know they are spending money that in areas they have no business being in. So when you start looking at these NGOs, that's one I'm particularly interested in. It deals with lots and lots of money. Comes down into the metro areas of northeast Kansas and then slops over to Missouri. So we don't even know how much money we're losing to the Missouri side that Mark is dealing with. They deal in ozone monitoring, deal in climate action areas that are just nonsensical, and we're talking a lot of money there. So I think they've overstepped their bounds, and they are worthy of review. Serious review. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Speaking of AI, Senator Murphy, and then the issues that we dealt with today, I don't want to lose sight of the lien process, the electronic title and lien issue. Make sure we get some potential solutions that other states have implemented in that regard. Stephen, I know we met and went over a list. Did I miss any on our potential list? Okay, good deal. Committee, anything else for the good of the committee? If not, I appreciate everyone's participation, your attention today. This is our last day that we have before regular session. However, if you think of things in the meantime, please let me or staff know. We will get it queued up, but I would like to hit the ground running with our short sessions. So the sooner you can let us know and we can get work in the process would be much appreciated. Thanks again. And with that, we are adjourned.